Marcos, do the on off thing. There you go. There you go. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Wherever you are in the world, I hope that you are doing very well. And I'm getting a couple of people up here to co-host. I'm going to leave it at that. I have that. Woohoo! Echo machine, go away. That makes me happy. Morning, Marcus. Morning, FireFella. How you guys doing?
Morning. I'm going to assume that FireFella has a hangover.
Why?
I went to see a man about trains and we drank wine all afternoon, but I'm absolutely fine.
You went to see a man about some trains. Wonder who that could be. And you drink wine. I don't know why I figured for you for more of a beer kind of guy. But either way, if it worked, it worked. I'm glad you guys had a good time. That's actually great news. And yeah, let's go ahead and do a timestamp so that I can unleash you and start to stuff your nest. And yeah, and that almost sounded inappropriate. And yeah. Anyway, it is currently Monday, right? Yeah, Monday, July 28th, 27th in much of the world, but not all of the world. So we're going to check out what time it is where. It is 7:02 a.m. in Dick Place in the UK. And in Dick, just outside of Stuttgart, Germany, it is 8:02 a.m. At the pirate ship in Ukraine, it is 9:02 a.m. In Cockburn, Australia, it is 2:02 p.m. And in let's just go to Kinki University in the Osaka, Japan area, it's 3:02 p.m. And in Prominent Knob, Australia, Prominent Knob, Australia, it's 3:33 p.m. Getting ahead of myself. In Spanker Knob, Australia, it is 4:03 p.m. And
they have a lot of time zones by these knobs, don't they?
They seem to. There are a lot of knobs. I think you guys have some knobs too.
Just a couple.
Speak for yourself, Mrs. Speak for yourself.
Well, let's go to an island. How about PP Island? Let's go to PP Island in Newfoundland, where it is 3:33 a.m. And in at the Uranus Fudge Factory on Anderson, exit 222.2 on I-69 in Indiana, where it is 2:03 a.m. And if you can't make it to that one, let's go. It's 1:04 a.m. at Uranus Fudge Factory in St. Robert, Missouri. And then I don't think that the majority Muslim, the majority can I talk? The majority Mormon state of Utah has any Uranus Fudge factories, but there is a Uranus Peak, Idaho, in the same time zone. So let's go there. It's 12:04 a.m. Boy, then we're going to bring my brain back to Sunday, July 26th, where at Poo Poo Point, Washington, it is 11:04 p.m. And in Beaver, Alaska, it is 10:04 p.m. Alaska, where Sarah Palin can see Russia from her house. She quit stalking me. Thank God. Booms and whoa, take it away. I'm going to fill your nest with a bonus one about funny ways to die if you're a Russian.
Oh, yeah. There are some amusing ways to die if you're a Russian. You're absolutely right. Well, let's start off with talk of two prominent knobs, actually, considering we're on it.
You just had to, didn't you? You just had to.
Well, you know, it was right there. Yeah. The Luma has, I don't know whether it's running backwards and forwards to air raid shelters in, like, terror, or and realizing the reality of life, or finding out that she actually has Ukrainian heritage, thanks to some historians who've worked out where her ancestors came from, and it turns out they came from Kyiv. So, that's quite the revelation.
She's had an
And
epiphany, Mockers. She's
she's had
saved.
an epiphany, yes, and she's actually calling this morning, whenever, for Patriot missiles to be hurried the heck up to go to Ukraine. And look at that! See, you can win people over just by showing them how many air raids they have to run from, and the actual death and destruction on the ground. So I think reality has bitten her on the ass, and despite all her original agendas and strange questions, she has actually, managed to find what's real and true, and is now advocating for Patriots, PAC-3 missiles for Ukraine as soon as possible. And I think that's brilliant because, there is a certain orange guy who likes to watch what she's talking about. And so, fingers crossed that helps. And then one more. Yes, one of our very own prominent knobs. That would be, what's he called? Boris Johnson. Yes. So he even sounds like a knob, doesn't he? A Johnson. So bless him, bless his heart. He pretends he's a bit of an idiot, but he really isn't. And one of the reasons he pretends he's a bit of an idiot is so he can get away with all sorts of nefarious things without anybody looking too closely at him, because he can just say, oh dear, is that true? Oh gosh, I never realised, when he quite clearly did. So, there's a lot of that sort of goes on with him. However, just recently, he's released a little documentary, and he actually went to Ukraine and stayed in quite a spicy area. And you know what? Good for him, because he's highlighting certain things about Ukraine, which probably some other prominent figures may not. So he spent 90 minutes inside Ukraine's kill zone for a new documentary, staying in town under Russian drone attacks. I mean, 90 minutes ain't much, but he's done a documentary based upon it. He met troops that have to make explosives from plastic toilet pipes because that's what they got. And he said Britain needs to send Ukraine more advanced weapons. Hooray for that. His first night near the front. So I think actually that the documentary is 90 minutes and he actually spent quite a bit more time than that. Drones strike an apartment nearby, a really similar block to the one where he was staying. So, reality bites right in front of you. He goes to a shop still open in the kill zone, and an elderly woman shouts at him, "What would you do now if they started bombing? Just look around. Where would you go? What would you do?" And she's got a point. The film opens with a Russian drone attack on a civilian passenger train, killing 6 people and injuring many more. And he makes sure that the audience knows that that was not an accidental hit. It was a premeditated attack and nothing short of an act of terrorism. He visits Ukrainian soldiers who are making bombs out of anything they can put their hands on. And he calls it a hand-to-mouth munition system and argues that the West must supply Ukraine with many more sophisticated weapons. He said in the documentary, "I just don't think I've ever seen such a clear case of right and wrong, good and evil. What Putin is doing is absolutely criminal." Russia accused him, in particular, of scuppering a possible 2022 peace deal and bearing personal responsibility for any further loss of life after that, which we know for a fact is an absolute nonsense because, Russia were never, ever serious about any of these peace negotiations, ever. In fact, there's a new one being put on the table for a sky ceasefire. So, stop dropping bombs and we'll stop sending drones to take out your wild berries and your oil refineries. How's about that? And Peskov immediately came out and said, no, it's not acceptable. So, as you can quite clearly see, that was dead on arrival. And as is any other proposal to, stop murdering civilians. So, here we are. Now, Boris is an embarrassing clown, but he garners that particular, reputation. He likes that reputation because it means that you don't understand how actually really intelligent and savvy this man is. He is a very intelligent, very calculating person, and he doesn't want you to acknowledge that. He would rather you think him a fool and disregard him so he can just get on doing what he's doing. He took an awful lot of Russian money. He put a Russian in the House of Lords. Bless him. Bless his heart. But perhaps now he realises that Russian money really isn't worth all that. It would appear that right at the beginning of this, they did try and bribe him, and he laughed at them and said, thanks for the money, and then went and supported Ukraine anyway. So that, again, bless him for being the absolute git that he is. I've never been a massive fan of him. He's always had a scandal follow him somewhere. But you know what? Hats off to him for this. Because there's not many, would they? There's not many would do this. Especially when, they've grown up with a silver spoon firmly wedged in their mouth. So, good for him. What do you think, FireFella?
Ukraine is his only redeeming factor, Mockers. Everything else he touches is absolute pish. And I doubt if you've ever heard this before, but I'll put it in the nest for Prince when Prince gets around to it. But have you seen the helmet on that bloke? I mean, Jesus H. Cross, he's in a war zone and he's just...
Yeah, he does that on purpose. I'm sure he does that on purpose.
I know. So I'm just about to make the point. He does that because he wants to play, like you were saying, the buffoon, the fool, so that you don't quite take him seriously as he wants to. But actually, there's a serious message in this documentary, and I suggest people give it a little look today. But yeah, he is a buffoon, but he does support Ukraine. Got to say that.
Well, absolutely. The meat of the matter is that he's highlighting something really important and bringing the spotlight back to Ukraine and its people and how we can help them better. And for that, I commend him. The knob. So, there you go. I've got my prominent knobs out of the way. Go on. What?
No, I'm really glad you put the knob, and he's a knob, on the end. I wouldn't have been happy otherwise, but yeah, well done you.
No, it was along the theme of the opening titles, so I thought we'd have to do that. Now then, is there some booms? Yes, there's some booms. In fact, there's something going on in Udmurtia, of all places. I see drones in the sky, which is interesting. We'll see. So we'll catch up with that one. Okay. So sorry, April Huggett's just posted something else, and I'll have a look at it in a little. But yeah, Sarapul in Udmurtia, definitely under attack. There's something smoking there, and I'd love to know what it was, because it does look a little bit like more than a man with a cigarette. So we'll get onto that shortly. That's we'll come back to that as well. Thank you. Sorry, there's all the news just keep flowing out while I'm trying to talk to you about other things, right? So I'm just going to stop distracting myself and look at booms now. So, as well as Udmurtia, which is far away, by the way, as far as I'm aware, it's quite bloody far. Ukrainian attack drones have struck the Russian S-3/400 long-range SAM batteries guarding the northern approach to the Kerch Strait overnight. Because did you think you were going to put some more air defence there? No, you're not. There's some multiple fires being detected by firms, and so we've got some happy red squares. It says here the Ukrainian have also located a number of S-400 Triumph air defence systems the night before in Crimea as well, destroying a launching system and a 9.6 LX radar station belonging to the complex. Lovely. Belgorod had a bit of a spicy start to their evening last night, and Rostov region, where railway and port infrastructure have come under attack. Russian Telegram channels also reported there were strikes near the FSB and Interior Ministry buildings in Belgorod. Oh, so that's what was happening in Belgorod. I figured that one out now. Along with some fires, some power outages, and secondary explosions. Beautiful stuff. And so it looks as though, we'll be getting some news as the day progresses. So it says here, a productive night for Ukraine's forces. Several high-value Russian targets appear to be smoking and on fire. The Chernamorna Naftogaz facility near Vinnikove in occupied Crimea, their key hub for extracting, storing and moving gas and petroleum products that directly fuels their occupation troops, it's on fire. Oh dear. A ground repeater that controls Geran and Gerbera drones in Chornomorsk was taken out. The road bridge near Veselki in Donetsk region, a critical logistics artery for Russian supplies, has been rendered unusable. A major Russian drone warehouse near Chernopivka in Luhansk region was also destroyed, and confirmation came in for the strike on a large Tumen oil refinery in Russia. So I think that's the one that was the night before. One of Western Siberia's primary processors, handling around 7 million tons of crude per year. What do they make? They make gasoline, diesel, jet fuel, and fuel oil. All gone up in flames. Every single one of these hits degrades Russia's ability to sustain their illegal occupation. Did you know that their rear was on fire, FireFella? That there's many a joke there. Their rear's on fire. Their logistics are crumbling, and their precious shadow fleet, well, starting to feel a little bit unsafe. In fact, there's a whole lot of ships now which Ukraine has decided are absolutely fair game. And so, the beatings will continue until they go back across their 1991 borders.
How many ships are we up to now, Mockers? 200 and what?
207.
Get in.
Look at me with all the updated figures. So, yes, these are the direct results of Ukraine exercising their absolute right to strike back at the aggressor wherever the invasion is supported. Moscow started this war, and they can end it by leaving Ukraine. And until then, this will continue. Now, as you were asking, yes, Russia's fleet has shrunk significantly over the past month. Now, it says here shadow fleet, and some of these are named as shadow fleet vessels. They're grain carrying vessels and, fuel supply vessels, but they're not part of the main shadow fleet, which is travelling the world. These are the smaller ships that have been used, more locally, shall we say. So when we say, the shadow fleet, we're not referring to all of it, we're referring to this small subsection. But it has shrunk significantly over the past month because Ukraine keeps hunting it down. And at least one more vessel was struck overnight, making that 207 hit in less than a month, which is less oil, less money in their pockets, less exports, less ability to supply Crimea. I got something in my eye. And on top of all that, less ability to wage war. Now, remember how Ukraine started off as a country with a bit of a laughable navy? I mean, they say no navy. They did have a navy and a couple of ships, but it was like, pretty pathetic as the navy goes. And yet, look at them.
They've been busy, haven't they?
Yeah, absolutely dominating the waters here. And, you can see that, it doesn't take a lot of big naval ships to be able to dictate what goes on the water. It just takes ingenuity and determination and sea drones. Just drones and patience. No missile cruisers. No big naval ships. The Kremlin built themselves a shadow fleet to dodge sanctions, and Ukraine are turning it into a burning insurance claim. Every barrel that doesn't reach a refinery is another shell that cannot be built to land in Kharkiv. And so, yes, that's quite poetic, that, wasn't it? Now, talking of ships being attacked, Sky News asked Zelensky about Iran's threat over this ship. And my response was, get in the queue, buddy. Everybody's threatening to bomb Ukraine at the moment. Russia's already doing the job. So, get in the queue. However, when Sky News asked him, are you worried about Iran potentially attacking you because they've threatened to over what happened with this vessel? Or is that not a concern to you? And he answered, Iran, from the first year of the war, gave new technology to Russia. They gave them Shahed drones. They gave thousands in the first year of the war, and then they gave licenses for Russia to produce their own. So what did Iran do? Did they attack us? I think so. They already did it. We have to be cautious. We have to do everything not to open up a new front. But we also have to be honest. Iranians and North Koreans have already attacked us. I hope that they will not increase those attacks. But we have to be ready for everything. Just to be ready and to know that we cannot trust these people. At the very beginning, without any message or any kind of escalation from our side, Iranians gave weapons to Russia. North Koreans also gave Russia weapons, drones, missiles, 155 caliber artillery rounds, and 10,000 North Korean troops. So, also remember, Iranian instructors were sent to occupied Ukrainian territories to train Russians to launch the Shaheeds properly. And a few of them died in the process. And, that in itself is Iran getting involved, is it not? So they're already technically at war with Ukraine. Just putting it out there. Now, just to go back a little bit to what Boris Johnson was saying, that Ukraine needs to receive more sophisticated weapons and more of them. This is just something that was written yesterday by, he's the CEO of Met Capital, and he likes to, shall we say, be clear on things. He's called Sulkan Metravelli. We can't do that. It would be escalation. 4 years of this sentence we have heard, and it is time to audit it. They said this about Stingers, about HIMARS, about tanks. German tanks heading east? That's unthinkable. About F-16s, about ATACMS, about any strikes within the Russian border on Russian soil. And every single time, the weapons arrived to us late, but the red line evaporated. The promised apocalypse failed to attend. And today, Ukrainian drones are working thousands of kilometers inside Russia routinely, and Moscow's response is to tell lies about what caused the fire. So here's what actually happened. The most powerful alliance in history deterred itself with cowardice, with a bluff its opponent never even had to call, while Ukrainians paid interest on their hesitation with their own blood and the blood of their families. Putin escalates against exactly one thing, and that is weakness. He has never once hit back against resolve. Resolve is the single opponent that his system cannot afford. The escalation we feared was a fiction. The escalation we caused by hesitating has filled cemeteries. Self-deterrence, we simply aimed that at ourselves. There is, a lot of sense in what he's saying here. Self-deterrence is still deterrence. It's still us not doing what we should be doing and hoping that the enemy will also feel the same. But of course, that's some very Western thinking there, isn't it? For years, they were, don't cross another red line. And yet, every time Ukraine stomped on a red line that Russia apparently had drawn, what happened? Disappeared. Eventually, Ukraine finally started to receive the weapons they needed. And each time, the catastrophe never did, but the cost of waiting certainly carried on ticking up. The real lesson is that Russia was not restrained. It was the hesitation gave them more time to kill, destroy, and adapt. Remember, we gave them a year or so to build the Surovikin line because we made Ukraine promise not to hit them with weapons that we were supplying to them, but you can't use them. I mean, there was many a time that I railed about weapons being ornamental. Were they just built to look at? How good are these weapons if they're not allowed to be used, And Ukraine went, fuck this, and built an army of drones because they absolutely had to. History will remember us for the cowards that we are. It absolutely will. And, we need to take that lesson and learn from it faster, a lot faster. Our mistake, our greatest strategic mistake here is not supporting Ukraine enough. Supporting Ukraine is very important, but supporting them extremely slowly is, unforgivable in my eyes. I will tell anybody who thinks otherwise that to their face. So anyway, overnight, Vnukovo Airport experienced a major disruption due to widespread flight cancellations and delays. Now, I don't know if this is because they also are having problems with their, logistics, but apparently baggage belts broke down and passengers were kept on planes for hours. Some passengers missed their connecting flights. Others had to wait in queues of up to 1 kilometre at the check-in counter for their hand luggage. 34 flights delayed and 3 had to be cancelled. I mean, it's such a shame, isn't it? And there's Ukraine. They don't even have an airport that takes passengers because they know it's just far too dangerous and far too juicy a target for Russians. And yet Ukraine hasn't bombed any of these airports, these civilian airports. They've bombed military airfields. They've attacked possibly a little bit of the infrastructure that supports the airport, but they've never gone after the airport full of civilians. But I can guarantee you, every penny I own, if Ukraine tried to open up an airport for civilians, Russia would bomb it flat the second it was full of people. Just like they bombed a shopping centre yesterday that was full of people. You know, people just going out doing their Sunday grocery shopping. What danger to Russia were those people just living their lives? I'd love to know. Because that was just the most horrific act of terrorism. But of course, that's not the first one, and it won't be the last, will it? Shopping centres have been bombed regularly. Hospitals, schools, you know, I could go on a list as long as my arm of purely civilian targets that Russia happily bombs. And yet, when Ukraine smacks a Wildberries warehouse, people go, oh, be careful of civilians. Excuse me. You tell Russia that, and then we can talk. You know? Anyway, I hope life in Russia is absolute chaos. I hope it's horrific. Why are they even able to fly? And then there's shit like this. ABC News, which needs absolutely dismantling as far as I'm concerned. They're not a news channel, they're a propaganda outlet. They have this headline: Ukrainian forces attacked holiday camps in partly Russian-occupied Zaporizhia region, killing 11 people, including 2 children. And do you know what photograph they used? They used a photograph of one of their attacks on Ukraine, and you can quite clearly see the watermark from a Ukrainian source showing, a Ukrainian peaceful building being bombed by Russia and the aftermath of it. So let's have a little look at this, because this could have been on Solovyov's show. But it's an ABC headline from July the 25th. And there is a Russian source that they quote on this. Because Russia always tells the truth, obviously, don't they? Their only source, Yevgeny Balitsky. He's the Kremlin-installed regional head of the area. And the text itself honestly describes him as such: the Moscow-appointed Gautier of the occupied part of Zaporizhia region. He's also sanctioned, by the way, and has publicly boasted about deporting dissidents. In his statement, he claims 11 dead, including allegedly children. And the ABC uses that headline with no critical thinking. No claims, the Gautier of the occupied region, no according to his statement, no quotation marks. They just state it as an absolute fact. Further down in the text is this little gem: Ukraine did not immediately comment. In other words, there is no confirmation whatsoever. No independent journalist in the occupied territory, because they'd be dead, obviously. People are dragged into basements for even attempting to verify anything like this over there. So a single unverified statement from an occupation official, by journalistic standards, this is not news. And yet the ABC pasted it as a headline as though it was fact. The illustration accompanying this article of their Ukrainian strike, shows Ukrainian rescue workers clearing debris in an area of Kyiv after a Russian attack was used as the cover story for accusations against Ukraine. This goes beyond editorial negligence. I mean, the watermark's right there. It's a Ukrainian place that's been bombed on that picture. The war is described in the article as a relentless cycle of tit-for-tat attacks. However, let's look at this through the lens of UN figures. In the first half of 2026, Russia have killed 1,396 civilians and 7,978 further civilians were wounded, a 37% increase from the year before. And the UN monitoring mission cites Russian missile and drone strikes as the main cause of those casualties. In fact, June was the bloodiest month for the civilian population since April 22. And 45% of the victims were killed by long-range missiles and strike UAVs targeting cities far from the front lines. But for the editorial team here, this isn't systematic terror attacks against civilians. It's just tit for tat. They just call it symmetry. Russia today is banned in the EU. RT has been shut down back in 2022 and 2024. Washington imposed sanctions on them as an instrument of influence. The Kremlin has lost its direct channel to Western audiences, and so they're using this workaround. An official from the occupying administration makes a statement. An internationally recognized news agency picks it up and runs with it without any sort of verification, and the global media spreads it as a trusted source. The Kremlin simply quotes it back and says, look, poor us. This narrative is exactly the same one being pushed on Russian television. Ukraine has killed children. Only now it's coming directly from an American newsroom without the Russian state propaganda label attached to it. In such cases, the Western press is performing better than any RT affiliate. There's only one difference. RT gets paid for this from the Russian budget. Why is ABC doing it? Are they receiving Russian money? Good question, isn't it? What needs to happen next is obvious. Either ABC provides independent evidence or it takes down the piece and corrects the headline and apologises to the audience for whom it sold a war criminal statement of fact. Do you think that's going to happen? Now, the text is from the Associated Press, and ABC have just put the headline on it and tweeted it out without even checking anything. This line was also carried on SBS last night in the news. That's an Australian news channel, I think. They keep stating that Russian attacks are retaliation for something, rather than just an illegal war of aggression of Russia on Ukraine, and Ukraine defending itself according to international law. So these news agencies, I think, need to feel that they're in the wrong. So if anybody wants to, send them some love letters politely and say, what are you doing? Because you're ruining your reputation. You're making yourself look like fools. Are you a news agency, or do we need to put a propaganda label upon you because we're considering it? There needs to be a finding out for this sort of nonsense. There really does. And, that it's absolutely egregious to me that they can get away with saying this nonsense and think that nobody's going to push back against it. FireFella, I'm going to allow you to speak for a little bit because I need to drink some coffee.
Oh, sweet. Right, so talking about the Ukrainian Navy, little buggers have been rather busy, actually, people. So, guess what? Ukraine's Navy just earned the right to command NATO forces at sea. This has never happened before. So, during the Ukrainian American Sea Breeze 2026 exercise, the Mine Countermeasures headquarters of Ukraine's 1st Countermeasures Division passed NATO evaluation level 2, meaning they received the mission rating mission capable. So, in practical terms, Ukraine can now command and control multinational NATO forces, interoperate up to and including NATO's standing mine countermeasures group, and execute the full spectrum of maritime marine countermeasures. It means they can be the boss. In other words, for the first time in the history of Ukraine's modern navy, a unit has been officially included in NATO's command system for eliminating mine danger at sea. This is not a certificate, it's command authority confirmed by the alliance. That's all of the alliance, to NATO's own operational standards. 3 years of preparation went into this, adopting alliance doctrines, building capabilities, passing a multi-level evaluation process the Navy describes as requiring colossal work. So, shout out to the Ukrainian Navy. Consider where this comes from. Ukraine began this war with almost no surface fleet. It drove Russia's Black Sea fleet from Sevastopol and Novosibirsk using naval drones. It conducted the world's first combined robotic naval operation. It built a river flotilla from scratch that now shoots down Shaheeds from boats on the Dnipro. And it did all this while training its mine countermeasures crews to a standard where NATO now trusts them to command Allied ships. 2 Ukrainian teams from Seabreeze 2026 are already prepared to join demining operations in the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah, don't do that. Don't help them out. Ukraine is not only being defended by the Euro-Atlantic security architecture, it's now helping to run it. What a bloody shout out for them, Mockers. What do you think of that?
Amazing. Did you see who Andy Burnham's going to be hosting today?
Oh, I certainly did, and I was going to let you talk about it because it's just up the road from me. I think the place it could be. And I'm not going to say it because it's OPSEC. I'm not even going to get into it. But he's coming to the UK. Where and when? Yeah, well, yeah, you'll have to find out.
Well, it's today. We can say that much. Yes, and Andy Burnham, our new PM, will be hosting him. So one of the first people that he's meeting in his new job. Yeah, I just think it's a good sign. I'll just put it that way. It's a good sign.
All right, and then
One
Burnham's
thing-
got to run off and talk to the orange turd, isn't he? Better luck with that.
Yeah, I know. That was funny. I do feel a bit sorry for him for that because he's going to have to learn to, navigate that problem. And one thing about Andy Burnham is he doesn't go around kissing people's feet. He's actually known for being a little bit bolshy. And so, yeah, I don't know whether he's going to have a whole diplomatic team or what, but that's going to be an interesting conversation. We'll see. So, in the morning, drones attacked Yaroslavl. The governor has had to announce the closure of the road towards Moscow. The area in particular that is affected is an industrial zone. Also, the Yaroslavl oil refinery is there. In Rostov, the port and the railway infrastructure have been hit. Explosions were also heard in Taganrog. And Belgorod has indeed come under massive attack overnight. As a result of the work of Russian air defense, they also damaged a number of buildings, residential buildings within Russia, with their own air defense missiles. Oh well. the pictures are now coming in from what happened in Rostov overnight. So if you look at Max 26, you'll see all sorts of pictures and videos confirming the Bavovna there. Hello, small cat. She's just turned up. I say small cat. She's quite a big girl now. On Taganrog, there's definitely something smoking outside of this window here. Don't know exactly what that is, but we'll figure it out. Now, Rostov, there's a little video here, which I'm just looking at, showing some port infrastructure, which is, well, I'm going to say that got hit. That's not going to be working anymore. That looks like a workshop of some kind to do with, perhaps, it looks like a vehicle repair workshop. It's got some Subaru lifting gear that you would put cars on, and all the vehicles in the area around it are they're just smoking craters, apart from this one, which is still very broken. But oh, look, the bottles of water in the back of it though are still available. You can still use those. So there you go. They left you some water, but every other means of moving around they haven't. Oh, and look at that. Inside, the only vehicle that's still got its wheels still attached, there is a military backpack. So I'm going to assume that those, that might be a military repair workshop. Just thinking out aloud, that looks a little bit like a military repair workshop. So, yeah, that's just Ukraine doing their own thing again, making their own decisions. And I don't know which one to go with first. Let's go with this one. Did you hear Putin give a speech yesterday, FireFella? And what did you think of all that nonsense?
It was their Navy Day, wasn't it? Oh, I guess where they held it? In front of a sign of a ship, Mockers. Not in a naval dockyard. In front of a...
It was a picture of a submarine, actually. So we can safely say that wasn't...
Even better. I mean, Jesus H. Christ, you must be so terrified of Ukraine. What an absolute shit show. I thought it was disgusting, obviously.
Well, let's just say that his speech was full of certain inaccuracies. And again, he preached this narrative that Ukraine is not a real country and is just made up of bits of other countries, and that Romania and Poland and Hungary should ask for those bits back and Russia will take the rest. And, it's trying to erase the actual sovereignty and existence of Ukraine yet again, which is, would you believe that's a genocide narrative? Yes, it is. The absolute audacity with which he says these things with such conviction, because he's drunk the Kool-Aid a long time ago and convinced himself. I mean, how dare Ukraine decide their own future? That was basically the gist of what he was saying. How dare these people decide the future for themselves? And he witted on and on about Western Ukraine was a gift from Stalin. And those lands were given to Ukraine by Stalin. And that it's actually Russia that created Ukraine. Remember? That Russia was, Moscow was a swamp when Kyiv was a thriving hub of business for the entire area. So something tells me that he's read the wrong history books, or probably wrote them. Let's just go a little bit back along the timeline, where Putin in 2008 said that Crimea had never been a disputed territory, and Russia recognized the Ukrainian borders. I know, it's amazing, isn't it? So, also, what you have to sort of like glean from a lot of this is when Russia says something, obviously they're lying, but you can pretty much also determine that the opposite is actually true. So, apart from giving us the total proof that he should be in a padded cell, he's stating that Ukraine and the Russians in Ukraine are not the titular nation. I think that's how you say it, titular. However, what he's saying in a nutshell is that he completely refuses to recognize Ukraine as an independent sovereign country, despite saying that he did many times previously. And he really does sound as dumb as fuck. You see, facts in Russia are not facts. They're made out of clay, and they're moulded into whatever he decides the shape that he wants them. Now, I have to laugh because there is a guy who is sat nearby who is listening to it on Putin's left, and the look on his face is, holy shit, what is this nonsense? You can see it written all over his face. He just is like, what? What are you talking about? And he does sound like the orange guy when he talks. You know, when he spouts a load of nonsense and everyone around him just sort of like looks at one another and goes, sorry, what? Pardon? And he comes across, our Putin here, as a butthurt, scared, narcissistic little man. Completely lost his marbles. He sounds absolutely delusional. And a lot of the things that he's talking about here are so delusional that you're like, people in the room don't believe you, mate. Even your besties who you fed propaganda to for the last God knows how long, even they don't believe you, because when you go outside and look on the horizon, you can see smoking, and it ain't the guy from down the road setting off some fireworks. Although there was a fireworks factory which apparently caught fire yesterday and had its own celebration for Navy Day. But they're looking at him like he's completely parted with sanity and reality and jumped off the ledge. And he sounds absolutely insane. People are side-eyeing him while he's talking, and their facial expressions are just like, what? What? And he's saying this stuff as though it's fully fact and everybody knows it. But also, his time's very short, I think. And just looking at the faces of the people around him, they are tolerating him for the moment. And the delusion is so strong that I think, they're finally revealing their motivations, or at least his motivations. After years of lies, he's just being dishonest at this point. Now, how can you negotiate with that? You cannot. They will never be satisfied. And this is why the only way to tell them what they must be doing is by using long-range strikes and, missiles and drones. That is the only language he's going to understand at this point. Kinetic. And so, yeah. He's destroying his country, absolutely destroying it, to fight an enemy that he's made up. All these Ukrainian Nazis that don't exist. I mean, look, every single country has some bad eggs. And do you know why? Because Russia nurtured that in our countries prior. And then they can point to these people and go, look, there's Nazis in your country. Yeah, they're mostly people who've emigrated into our countries from Russia. So, yeah, that's right. You planted some Nazis in our country and then accuse us of having Nazis. It's amazing, isn't it? There are some homegrown ones, obviously. There's plenty in the UK, little bastards. And do you know what's the right way of dealing with a Nazi, FireFella? I'm sure you can probably figure it out.
Go on, remind me, Mockers.
Punch them directly in the face.
Yes,
That's
the
how
one.
you deal with them.
That's the one. I remember now.
Yeah, so if you ever come across a Nazi and they're spouting Nazi shit, that is the tried and tested and proven to be the best way to deal with them, is just to punch them directly in the face, and then they shut up and go away. And that is exactly how you deal with them every single time.
Mostly they fall down and cry, Mockers. That's what actually happens.
Well, just a little bit like Andrew Tate, who apparently has no access to the outside world, but he's in prison crying about how terrible it is. Crying.
So how's he tweeting every 5 minutes? It's like, what's his name in Russia, isn't it? They're all at it.
Yeah, we can't possibly, everything's so repressive, and yet let me tell the world about it. If you were under real oppression, you wouldn't be telling anybody about it, ever, would you? Because and we wouldn't know that you were shitting yourself with a bad tummy, because you wouldn't be able to tell us. But thanks, because that image really made me laugh. Also, I'd just like to point out that there are no showers in the cells that he's in. So he's talking about having to drink shower water. He's making that shit up, because there are no showers in his cell. So just in case you needed to know, he's still lying, even from prison. And he's playing to an audience of one. You know that, don't you? Yes, you absolutely do.
Shocked, Mockers, I am shocked.
Shocking, isn't it? Absolutely. So let's go and do some numbers, and then we will, we'll see where the world takes us from there, because I have a few things that I wanted to add about Aughinish Alumina today, obviously, because that's the kind of guy I am. So you see, once you piss me off, I'm going to grab hold of that with my fucking teeth, and I'm going to rag it like a dog with a fucking toy. Once you've pissed me off, don't think you're going to get away. I am nothing if not relentless. A number of people have told me that now. I am relentless in my, attitude. And I like that. It means don't piss me off, because you will find out eventually. Leave me alone and we'll be good. But carry on and you will end up looking like the dickhead. So anyway, here we are. 27th of July. We have some numbers, and we have some high numbers for losses of personnel. Goodness. 1,590 liquidated personnel. That's ticked up, hasn't it? And I told you that Russia have been trying to make some sort of, headway on the battlefield. They've suddenly sort of started this rush on the battlefield, as though, instructions have come in that we must take more land. Do it now. Off you pop. Get it done. And I don't know, the will to do it doesn't give you the means to do it, does it now? So just because you want something doesn't mean you can have it. I learned this lesson as a child, just because you want something doesn't mean you can have it. And when somebody says no and means it, you have to just suck it up, buttercup. And, Russia has to learn that lesson over and over and over again, because they're a bit fucking thick. So a further 8 tanks and 13 armoured combat vehicles. Now, down a little bit today on artillery systems, so I'm guessing that Russia's not been able to push as many forward as they would have liked, because if they could, they would. But we have 37 artillery systems today. Now, there's one air defence system, which I'm assuming is the one that was taken out in Kerch. And then we have 491 vehicles and fuel tanks. So some of those vehicles will have been taken out on the battlefield where they were obviously doing some sort of crazy Zerg rush and, wasting lives. And some of them will have continued to have been taken out on those logistics roads, which I got to say, if I came across a road and it looked like Mad Max style fighting had taken place there, I wouldn't go there. And yet you see people driving down these roads and one after the other have burnt out vehicle and burning vehicle even, all surrounding them. And they're taking a video of this and driving down the road and shitting their pants at the same time. And I don't know about you, but I just wouldn't go there. I'd be like, you know what? I want to live. I'd prefer to live. Thank you very much. And goodness knows what they're thinking when they arrive at these roads and then actually continue to drive down them. I mean, right, there's a fine line between bravery and stupidity, yeah? If you get away with it, you can call it bravery. But intentionally going somewhere which is so very, very dangerous and well known for loss of life, I would actually call that stupidity. We have 7 special equipment. Yes, we do. And then, of course, we have the other stuff. So 6 missiles shot down or suppressed by Ukraine yesterday. And, Russia just keeps firing as many missiles as they can, as many as they've got, as many as they can produce. And wouldn't it be nice if they couldn't produce any more? I've got things to say about that. So, 1,269 UAVs. Have you noticed that's going down, that number? And it has continued to curve down now for about a week. I'm not saying it's a trend or anything. I'm just noticing. I'm just making a note. And 7 ground robotic complex, because you're not allowed those. No, you're not. So, where are we here? Oh, sorry, there's an awful lot of silly stuff in between here and interesting stuff, actually. But, yes. Let's get to the Air Force report, because, just another day, just another night in Ukraine. Except this night, there weren't any missiles. It's just worth noting. There were, however, 147 drones, of course there were. And 123 of those were shot down or suppressed, leaving, 24? Look at me, I can do maths first thing in the morning. You can tell I've drunk a coffee now, can't you? So 21 strike UAVs were recorded hitting 10 locations, so it sounds like saturation attacks, as well as the fall of downed fragments in 7 further locations. Follow safety rules, as there are still some UAVs in the airspace. So there's that. Oh, and look, all I had to do was say the words Aughinish Alumina, and I summoned my tanker watcher friend. Now, I want to just comment first that Sergei Kazitsya has again put out a call to ban alumina being sent to Russia, and also bauxite, because, that stuff is what they make alumina out of. So I love the fact that he is also getting onto the EU Commission about this. And we've had a little project ourselves of emailing the EU Commission over the weekend. And I hope they wake up this morning to an absolutely bumper-filled inbox of all sorts of crazy cartoon dogs saying, yes, we fully support banning alumina transport to Russia, especially from this plant. So I'll just read what Sergei Kazlitsya had to say with regards to this. this morning, very early hours this morning. He wrote it about 7:15 this morning. So he got up with alumina on his mind, just like I do most days. Imagine how much chocolate is made wrapped in aluminium foil in 2025 from the 775,985 tons of imported alumina from one European source to Russia. Truly diabetically dangerous for the aggressor. He's being sarcastic, just in case you didn't know. From 775,985 tons of alumina, you can make 410,690 tons of aluminium metal, which could translate directly to 410,690 tons of aluminium foil. You could wrap approximately 253.5 billion standard 100-gram chocolate bars with this amount of aluminium foil. Ban alumina export to Russia. Among many other types of weapons, aluminium is used for the production of missile airframes. Guided missile systems use aluminium for their exterior skin, internal structures, and the fins to maximize their speed and flight range. Goodness me, I can't speak. Propellants. Powdered aluminium powder is mixed into solid rocket propellants to increase energy release and thrust. Warheads. Shaped charged warheads utilize aluminium liners that collapse and form high velocity jets upon detonation to pierce heavy armor. I mean, it is very clear in how you can use aluminium here in all sorts of cases. And I can guarantee that all of that alumina does not just go to wrap up chocolate bars. Thanks for watching, my friend. Morning.
Morning, Mockers. Morning, everybody. Yeah, that's the argument that's been made kind of from day one, wasn't it? Is that it's not exactly been used for tinfoil or wrappers. Why did the exports increase dramatically when the war started? Like we said yesterday, the government are trying to say, oh no, nobody wants to deal with the factory anymore. That's why. It's like, well, that's still a bad reason. But yeah, good to see that at least it's getting out there. The message is still getting spread further and further, and everyone is having a say, which is always good. I was looking last night, believe it or not, as you probably know, I love looking at satellite images, and I found something interesting. Would you like to know? Do tell. Right, so I was looking at the tailings area. So y'all probably know at this stage there's a massive 450 acre, which is it's 1.8 square kilometers of waste. And obviously, with satellite images, you don't get a photo every day because of cloud cover. So you might get a couple in the month, or you might get more or less. You might get more pretty much on any given week. But I went back to the latest kind of clearest shot, which was a few days ago, and I noticed something. There was all these little circles. Now, bearing in mind, obviously, as we all know, there's been very little rain, and it's been quite dry. And the problem with that area is when it dries, all that stuff turns to dust, and that dust then blows. And then they're in this panic situation of trying to dampen it down to stop the dust. Well, now you can actually as far as I can tell, can see very clearly in action, because on some days it's just this smooth kind of continuous color. And then on other days when it's dry, you can see all these damp little circles, like kind of like these dark circles on the surface. And if you use the different filters, the circles show up even clearer. And what to me it looks like is, those irrigation fields. As I had to Google the name, center pivot irrigation is basically where the water is all spread around in a circle and then the crops are planted on top of it. Ever seen them?
I'm going to say yes. Actually, yes, I have. Now I think about it, yes.
Well, maybe not seen in real life, but you might have seen a satellite photo or something of it. You might be looking at Google Maps and just caught a glimpse of it or something like that. But you see them all. You see them all over, kind of like Egypt, Middle East, all that kind of, and it's the same in America. They use them all over America as well. So it appears that they're doing irrigation practices in a country that's famous for being very, very wet. In what they've created, which is effectively a man-made desert wasteland. Something to think about. I see our friend Niall as well hasn't shut up. He's still doubling them. Yeah, yawn, exactly. Well, this is the thing now. You see, he doesn't realize what he started with that yawn. God. I still think he doesn't understand the concept of the internet not forgetting.
No, Tanker, that's going to come and yawn him in the arse, isn't it? They're going to quote him every time.
Every time.
And all the NAFO boys and girls, please get on that ASAP. Just yawn at the bloke.
Yeah. Or even if you want to, you'll find the screenshots with everywhere. And what I do is I now quote tweet it with the screenshot of him saying yawn to make it look like his tweet. So yeah, exactly. He has
actually been absent from Twitter for about ever since he did that.
And he's on, but he's on Facebook. He's on Facebook.
Yeah, he may be speaking in other places, but yeah, Twitter. He sort of abandoned his Twitter because he got too much pushback. So I think follow him everywhere and make sure he doesn't get away with that shit.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yesterday, because we spoke about it early, he was. Of the case of no, nothing to see here, move on. We don't need to do anything. And then, he further doubled down and said, it's really complicated. You can't just simply switch suppliers, and you can't. You just can't make we're making the situation. Bearing in mind what the consequence of all this. He's saying the switching of suppliers. We're making it all too simplistic, is what he said. Right. So protecting lives now, apparently, people, is too simplistic. Okay.
Well, how dare we dumb down, the situation to moral clarity, eh?
Oh, I mean, it clearly is our fault, But bear in mind, people, I think I said this yesterday, bear in mind, this is a man who wrote a letter of clemency to a judge to try and get a drug dealer off the hook. And his argument at the time, or when it all kind of came out to the public, his defense was, I was only thinking of his children.
Well, maybe you should think about some Ukrainian children.
Thank you. Yeah, exactly. So this is where we're at now. It was a case of wait for the investigation. Oh, no, forget about it. Oh, no, you can't do this. It's not going to work. It's like, no one said this was going to be easy. I didn't say it was going to be a simple fix. That doesn't mean we don't, we're not just going to throw the towel in. It's like, of course it's going to be awkward. It's going to be difficult. There's going to be a bit of uncertainty behind it. But we know for definite what will happen if we continue. People are going to die. That's a definite. Do I want my country any hand of that? No, of course not. And it's like that. I think it was who said it yesterday. Because I actually had to go away and Google. I didn't even know. I didn't know much about it, to be fair. I only did a quick Google out of it last night. But Sweden, of course, in World War II, was also a neutral country and supplied steel to Germany. And nobody was making the argument of jobs. It was more to try and keep Germany on that side of the Baltic. and try and keep them a bit happy, which not ideal. Not ideal. It's still not a good look, whatever way you try and sell it. But from the quick Google I saw, I didn't see anyone in Sweden, or I didn't see any kind of like official statement from the government at the time saying, "Oh, we need to protect jobs." If you catch my drift.
Yeah. I wrote a little missive to the EU Commission yesterday, and I do hope that lots of other people also did so. Sorry, I'm just moving a few things around because I've got a guy coming to rip my bath out of my house and replace it with a shower today. And so just taking this opportunity to do those things because yesterday I was supposed to do all that and I just didn't because I was too busy lazy. I had a bit of a headache yesterday.
Oh, bless you. I also wrote an email as well, and I kind of made it very clear that, as I've said all before, the standard that the EU and their citizens and the EU business are held to such a high standard, how the governments are held to such a high standard when it comes to the environment, and you think of all the job losses in Ireland that were sacrificed in the name of the environment. And again, that's not a criticism on my part. That's a separate argument for another day. But the simple fact of the matter is, those sacrifices were made, obviously, to protect the boglines, like I said, in the Midlands of Ireland, to reduce CO2, from the massive coal-fired station. All those jobs were gone. And yet we have a Russian oligarch-owned alumina plant, which is the biggest carbon emitter in all of Ireland, is using 15% of Ireland's natural gas. It's putting tons, I think it's up to 50 million tons of that caustic waste that nobody even knows. The government has no oversight on that, so we don't even know what condition that site is in. And it's a case of everyone else wouldn't be, you wouldn't even get planning if you wanted to start that tomorrow, but yet somehow a Russian oligarch is getting away with it. I made that very clear to him. Very clear.
Well, yes, and this is the thing. I mean, moral clarity should not be that difficult, should it? It shouldn't be hard to understand that, supplying the war machine is wrong. And we can see from, all the past examples that, unfortunately, right, let me just say this. We fed Russia in the past, right? We fed the USSR. We gave them food because they were literally, we could see people starving. And so out of the goodness of our hearts, we gave them food. And you know what they did with that food? They used it to support and feed their army so they could attack more of Europe. That is how they work. So we need to give them nothing and let them choke on that. Otherwise, we are literally funding our own demise. We are feeding our own demise. Do we want Russian troops to be wandering around the Baltics causing more death and destruction? Do we want Romania to have to shoot down drones every day? Because that's now started and that's going to be normalised very soon. How are they building this shit? Are they building it out of fresh air? No, they're not. They're building most of it out of aluminium because that's what the foundational metal of war is. And, if we could just cut off that supply, we would be able to do something to at least slow their roll, for goodness sakes. It's so obvious to me, so clear. And yet the Irish government are like, I'm so sorry, I can't see what you're talking about. I appear to have shut my eyes. And that's just not acceptable, is it?
Absolutely not. No, in no way. No, it's not. And, I think more and more people are waking up to that fact every day. And I'd say the other reason as well is the government are terrified of whatever the cleanup cost is going to be of that place. You know, if we'll say the Russians decide to disappear tomorrow, I think that's one of their biggest things. But again, here's the thing. As I said before, that place has been running since the 80s. Russia took it over in the whenever it was. I think it was like the early 2010s or something like that. Yeah. So they have been turning a blind eye to that for nearly over 40 years, and it's coming to the end of its life. And whatever the bill is going to be, or whatever is going to need to be done, if that goes tomorrow, that's on the government to sort that out. But the thing is, everyone is going to. The thing is, the tankies and the Vatniks, they're all going to say, "Oh, you closed that place down, and now you guys left it with a massive bill." I was like, no, that was 40 years in the making. That was 40 years consistently turning a blind eye to everyone that operated there, just because of jobs, and you didn't think of what was coming, because one way or another, that place is coming to an end, and whoever's in charge, most likely, you know, being the Russians, they will, you know, they're only going to either get a you know, try and avoid it, or pay as little as they possibly can. Now they've already secured, I think, something like 30 million or something. They said the EPA said they secured 30 million as a cleanup, but that's that's pittance. So,
Okay.
Hello.
So if you nationalise it, like we've been talking about, you know, not wanting to get rid of jobs and all that, the government then owns the business. So what you do is you keep selling the stuff, not to the Russians, obviously, and you pay for the cleanup out of future profits. I mean, that's another win-win.
I mean, it's fairly obvious, isn't it? Yeah, you would think so. You would absolutely think so. You'd make the money to clean it up eventually. You would hope so. I mean, aluminium is only going to get higher and higher demand with everything going on in the world between Hormuz and this and that. And Trump has now realised that he putting slapping tariffs on aluminium when he's trying to go to war with Iran wasn't a smart move. I mean, there's a lot of opportunity here, and the government just want to, you know, roll over and play dead for a Russian oligarch. And I don't understand. It's like, I know it's going to be difficult, you know, but you know, it's the right thing. It's the right thing to do.
I have a feeling, Tanker, that there's one or two people in the Irish government who are going to get found out to have done some really nefarious dealings and taken bribery money off these people. And that's what they're trying to avoid. They're trying to avoid their personal responsibility coming to light. Because that to me now is the only explanation that, you know, there's been some nefarious deeds and they don't want to be found out. And that's why they've put out this really weak report which says, oh, we just can't do anything. You know, we just can't prove it, so we're just going to ignore the problem, you know? And they're thinking that that's going to satisfy everybody. And quite clearly it's not, you know? But, I mean, nice try, dickheads. Nice try.
Yeah, so
and they've taken as long as possible to put this report out because they've been trying to figure out how to hide their involvement, and they can't.
Totally agree with you, Mockers. And just a question, what happens when you take money off a Russian and don't do what the Russian wants you to do? What happens to you in general?
Well, if you're Boris Johnson, nothing. But if you're anybody else, you see, because Boris Johnson's already cultivated himself a, you know, bad reputation, so he doesn't fucking care. But everybody else, their reputation will probably be destroyed in public. Yes, you're absolutely right. If not, personal threats and, you know, horrible things like that, because believe it or not, I don't know if you've noticed, but Russia are a bunch of fucking terrorists, and they will do terrorism shit to get their way. And if you don't toe the line, they'll come to your country and poison you and your children, you know?
Which is exactly where I was going, Mockers. Absolutely right, sweet. And Ming's come to talk to us along with the Ioana.
Thanks, FireFella. No, I just wanted to make a couple of comments on what Tanker was talking about there. So look, as you guys know, I live in Ireland. I'm obviously not Irish, so I'm very conscious always that I'm a guest in the country. And given the history and the way I speak and all the rest of it, it's not really the done thing to sort of criticise the Irish government, because it's just one of those things I don't feel that comfortable doing. But there's a couple of things I've noticed about this Aughinish thing. So first, I just wanted to make a comment about the yawn reply, right? So the context of that was that you don't know what you're talking about. But the fact at the point that comment was made, they just announced that they weren't going to release the report, right? Which ran completely contrary to everything else they'd indicated. So, we don't know what we're talking about because you haven't released the report. So thankfully, the Irish Times got their hands on a copy of it at the weekend. Now, there's a second thing, and this is a kind of thing I can talk about from an from a UK perspective, that I see as being very dangerous in the Irish government's response to this whole Aughinish thing, which is this, right? So they seem to be taking an approach which is, oh no, look, it's nothing to do with us. We've done our report. It's all in the hands of the Commission now. And the danger in all this is that it sort of absolves them from having to take any position whatsoever, in the sense that all they're doing is they're exacerbating that kind of vector of attack against the EU that we all saw, result in Brexit. It's like, what they're doing is they're exaggerating the democratic deficit that does exist within the EU to create greater problems for Ireland in an EU context further down the line. And I see that as being really sort of quite dangerous of itself. I don't know what you think, Tanker. I don't know if you had any thoughts about that.
No, you've hit the nail on the head there. I mean, all you have to do is go to a comment section, of any kind of story relating to Aughinish or the threat of jobs or anything, and you'll just see all those anti-EU kind of, Irish Brexit types, if you like, just come out in force and like that, saying, oh, because there was even a few comments. Oh yeah, there was the mayor of Limerick made a comment similar to that as well, saying that, oh, we can't let Europe make decisions for us or something like that. So that rhetoric has even been spelled out black and white. And you're 100% right. Russia is doing everything it can to break up the EU. There's no doubt they were involved with Brexit or influencing Brexit, and with their disinfect campaign. And if that's the way this goes, and the Commission does make a decision on Aughinish, you can be 100% sure the Russians are going to capitalise on that. But I think as well, on the same token, it was a good move that we included every aspect of Aughinish. We didn't just focus on the war side of it. And I know that's the significant part. Don't get me wrong, I'm not making little of it. But what the point I'm making is, we spoke about the environment, we spoke about the health issues, we spoke about all the other stuff that affects Ireland directly from that place. And we do have kind of our own countermeasures to that, in the sense that there's waste there. There's a lot of, it's a carbon emission, it's a high carbon emission place. How is it they're allowed to get away with it? All these kind of things. I know it's a little bit, it's getting into their realm a little bit, but even at the moment, there's now a hose pipe ban in Ireland, national hose pipe ban. So you can't wash your cars. You can't water your flowers, you can't water your garden, but yet this place is able to, consumes, we said 5 billion litres of water a year. And as we said, we have the satellite proof that it's been sprayed on, so much of it, I wouldn't be able to calculate it now, but we know it's been sprayed on the waste. It's just going complete to waste. It's needed for dust suppression. So we can say that this place is, does more harm than good, as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right, Ming. I know I can see exactly where you're coming from. So it's just one of those things. We just need to have our countermeasures ready, which we do. Luckily enough, I thought they were going to make a big deal of the power plant that shut down just at the other side of the river, because that has a lot of ash and stuff like that. That has its own kind of waste, but it's nowhere near the size, and it doesn't use caustic stuff either. It's just ash from burnt coal. I thought that was their plan of attack, but then of course a lot of those kind of, if you like, tankies and Vatniks and things have been making a big fuss over data centers. I don't know. Did you see that? Have you seen that discussion, Ming? Always out.
Oh yeah, they have about the use of water and stuff like that.
The use of water. So they're making a big deal of data centers using water, and yet the numbers are still disproved. But yeah, we have a very clear number of what's being used at Aughinish. And like I said, we very clear proof that it's being used for dust suppression. And yet that side of the political spectrum, or the very ends, if you like, of this political spectrum, seem to be given a free pass. Because Russia. Why wouldn't you? Another thing as well, to add to Ming, he spoke about how this is so dangerous, how we're kind of playing into the Russians' hands by making an EU, or passing the buck effectively. But the other thing as well, and I think it was, who said it? John McCain said it many, many years ago. He said, nothing provokes Putin more than weakness. Because everyone was talking about, if you stand up to Russia, you'll only provoke them. But it's like, no. The only thing that's provoked Russia so far has been weakness. And the way the government is acting and behaving, it's just, you're just thinking, oh my God. It's like, this is, I dread to think what could come down the line. The signal we're sending to Russia at the moment. When I say the Irish, I mean the Irish government. Apologies, I don't mean the Irish people. Everyone else is saying, well, we're not having this. As FireFella said yesterday, there's fuckery afoot, and we're not having that. But what the government is signaling to Russia, you're just thinking that's the worst possible signal you want to send to Russia. But there we are. Go ahead, Ming, or FireFella. Go ahead.
Ioana?
Yeah, hello. Thank you for the space. About this issue with the Aughinish plant, I think we should look from another angle, because the problem with the jobs is not exactly the lack of exports to Russia. The problem with the jobs would be the fact that raw materials will become unavailable if the deal with Russia is done, because this refinery is kind of operating in a closed circuit. Russell-owned mines in Brazil and Guinea are providing the bauxite, and then it's processed in this Russell-owned refinery, and then it goes to Russia. So basically, it's a closed circuit. If you stop delivering to Russia, you will stop receiving the bauxite in order to produce. So here is the fear of losing jobs, because they will lose the raw material. But there are alternatives, for example, Australia or Guyana, or even independent mines in Guinea. So maybe this is a way of attack. This is a way of talking to the Irish government, and with respect to this Aughinish plant, find other alternative sources. For example, Australia now is not exporting to Aughinish because it has sanctions on Rusal. But if Rusal is no longer the owner, you can get bauxite from Australia. So, and it's very sensitive. Well, sensitive. There is a limitation because they use trihydrate bauxite, which is a specific tropical type of bauxite. There is bauxite in Europe, but it's monohydrate in Greece, for example, and you cannot adapt the production process for this different type. I mean, it's a very different production process. So, in my view, for short and mid-term, the focus should be on finding alternative sources of trihydrate bauxite. As I said, Australia, Guyana, maybe independent mines, or maybe barter agreements. We take your bauxite and we give you alumina with other independent things. And on mid to long term, maybe a focus of reshaping the industrial process for recycling, for example, talking about environment, because there is a very large unused capacity of recycling. So you can adapt part of the processing in the plant for recycling aluminum, which is probably the future because, as we know, all nature resources are limited. So recycling would look good from an environmental point of view, and also would provide the raw material that it needs. So yeah, um, just to summarize what I said, the problem is the import of bauxite, which is now provided by Rusal. And if you find alternative sources, and if you do a nice plan, short to mid to long term plan, maybe the problem will be solved. I don't know. What do you think, Tanker?
Yep. Very, very good point. Yes, and nice one on bringing up the different types of bauxite as well. It's all slightly different from where you can get it. But this is the thing, and I think this kind of goes back to there is a lot of work to be done here, and I think the government just wants to follow the path of least resistance. I don't think they're even capable of being able to, like that, negotiate and find these sources and manage this, because they know it will take up a lot of time. They just want the easiest way, and I think as well. I think a certain politician from that region who's very tired, is finding himself a little bit in over his head, and this is his only way out. Like we said, there could be other things afoot here, but this clearly is in over his head. He doesn't know how to manage it. He's using yawn emojis when people are dying. He's no experience of how, of how to deal with the public kind of, or essentially the international image. So it's like you said, it's really tricky. This idea that, of course we know everything is interconnected, and like you said, it all goes back to what Rusal control. But then again, why did Europe let this happen? Why did Europe let it get to this point? We know since 2014, when the Donbass and Crimea was taken, trouble was brewing. It was very obvious. Back then, that was the time to take action and get control of all, get control of all the supply lines and do something. But it was kicked down the road, and it was kicked down the road because they didn't want to do anything, and Europe didn't want to do anything, and nobody said anything because they thought, oh, well, there's a lot of jobs there. There's jobs on the line. So nobody was going to speak out about it. And, it's taken everything that's happened so far, all the deaths, all the devastation, for them to finally actually at least acknowledge what's going on, but still be in denial, but just staying just short of where the actual alumina is going. But yeah, you are correct. It is complicated. And we just need to, the work just needs to be done. It's as simple as that.
Now, I need to tangent and ask you a question, Tanker. Did you see our friend Deripaska lamenting over the Russian banking system imploding yesterday? I know you
Yes.
did because I tagged
Oh,
you
yeah,
in
you
it.
said you did tag me. Thank you. Yes. Let me answer you. Let me answer your question with a question. How often does Deripaska actually speak out? Because I haven't seen him in a while. He seems to be fairly quiet and keeps to himself. Is this a thing he does?
No, I have never seen him on camera making statements about anything before. And so he's saying here that the wild berries now owe so many billions, and when it goes bankrupt, which it will destroy the Russian banking system. Now, I have to sort of query this. I mean, it's nice to hear that a plan is working. I mean, they haven't even fully assessed the losses yet, but what surprises me is the fact that he's coming out and acknowledging it. Does he want, sympathy? Does he think he is untouchable and he can just acknowledge the truth of the situation? Is he trying to ingratiate himself with us by this statement? I don't quite understand. Maybe Ming, maybe you know.
I don't know, but I did know someone who could have found out for us. So this is a little detail that I haven't mentioned before on the space, but my friend Sergey in Moscow was at university with Deripaska. So Sergey would talk about Deripaska once in a while, but sadly, as you might have heard me mention before, Sergey died just after Christmas. So I can't ring up Sergey and say, what Deripaska doing, Sergey? So that opportunity is now gone.
That's a bit of a shame, but yeah, this Deripaska guy, he doesn't come out and make statements very often at all. And I do wonder if he has suddenly found some bravery because, things are changing. Now, what he does do is he tries to lay it on thick about the human cost, the humanitarian cost to all the sellers, because, that makes a difference. And that obviously that should garner all the... No, I'm sorry. I've got no sympathy whatsoever. Sorry. I can't even
From the
talk.
bits, I think that's all an act because I think he's tried to rebrand himself as this humanitarian and and gives a lot to charity and all this kind of stuff. It was in some kind of court ruling somewhere where he said, "Oh no, I just do charity work now," and this kind of thing. So I think that's just that image he's just trying to play up.
Perhaps, yes. Perhaps he's trying to do that to ingratiate himself and make himself look like he's, one of the good guys. When actually, when Putin got together a whole group of oligarchs and he said, you guys, you're going to have to start funding this war a bit more now. Empty your pockets. Come on. Tell me how you're going to help. And Deripaska was one of the very few in the room who said, I can help. So don't you believe that lying piece of flesh that he is some sort of, humanitarian, because out the back door of his statements, he is quietly continuing to fund the war and quite clearly contributing an awful lot through the Aughinish plant of metal towards the war. So, we might bang on about it, but I really think it's important. Thank you.
Well, that admission of helping Putin or supporting Putin or whatever evidence is out there, surely that would have been enough to go, oh, okay, we need to put the brakes on here. He's clearly supporting the war. Whether it's alumina going straight into aluminium, which going straight into weapons, or the fact that he's handing over cash to Putin. Surely that in itself is enough to go, oh, hang on. Maybe we shouldn't be helping him. Maybe we shouldn't be enriching him as much as he likes. So, again, it goes back to, there's been a blind eye turn time and time again. And now all this stuff is coming out. the only countermeasure, it's not even a countermeasure, but the only weak counter argument we've got back so far was, oh, it's misinformation, even though we can back it all up. And like I said, when Niall went on the TV there a few months ago and said, oh, there's all these websites and there are all these people, you know, saying different things that they don't know, it's wrong and it's not factual, you know, and he was immediately, you know, retorted with, well, it's the Irish Times. It's not just a website. It's the Irish Times. And, you know, they've looked into it fairly thoroughly. And then ourselves, everything we've put out is factual, which is why we always, you know, we've always stood on the evidence base, whether it's, you know, something publicly released or whether it's a bit of OSINT, you know, whether it's like that. AIS data, you know, ship tracking data, satellite imagery, whatever little bit of detail, we've built it all up slowly over time. So you can't turn around and say it's all. You can't just write it off as misinformation as much as you like. But that's what the government are trying to do. And I'm at a bit, you know, we have to keep fighting this out, you know. And I keep saying that, you know, I still can't believe we've got as far as we can. I think I said this probably a month ago, but I'll say it again. I still can't believe we've got this far. Because we keep making bigger strides as we go on.
What I found really interesting, was it you who dug up all those shell accounts, you know, and shell companies who apparently, all linked to Rusal and, you know, this trade and everything. And that there's all these companies that have similar names and what have you, all in different, you know, countries like the UAE and, what was it, Cyprus is some of them. And you can quite clearly see that they're all just Russian companies hiding behind, you know, these very thinly veiled shells. It just makes me laugh. It really does. Because it's like, I'm not being funny, but how fucking stupid are we that we believe they're shit?
Yeah, I see there's a few
categories.
I see there's a few hands up, so I'll be brief. That came from the government report when they said this was the report that had to stay confidential because they said it had commercially sensitive data, which in the report itself clearly stated it didn't. And Conor Gallagher actually posted a screenshot from the report where that little bit saying we're leaving out the commercially sensitive data, we're excluding it from this report. Even though Niall Collins tried to make the argument that's why it's been kept secret, because there is commercially sensitive data, which there isn't. And then all those shell companies was identified in that report, and I think that's what they were trying to keep quiet. But again, not commercially sensitive. There was no certain sensitive data. But I think that's the bit they didn't want getting out into the public, because then everyone will realise what the hell is going on here.
Yeah, and it's like obvious Russian interference, obvious Russian involvement upon obvious Russian involvement. It made me laugh when you like listed all these things, and I was like, oh, so that's what they were trying to not let people be aware of, the fact that, you know, all this nefarious shit's going on. Will, go ahead.
Yeah, since you were talking about this, I might as well get in and talk about this now before Ming and I take over. Deripaska very, very rarely gives interviews, and he's talking at some sort of economic forum there. You know, he's obviously very tied in with the Kremlin and very still involved in Aughinish and all these things. So him giving information out means he was probably would have communicated what he was going to talk about at the forum. And I don't know why it is. I don't know why it is he characterizes the attacks by Ukraine on wildberries as a kind of a means to backdoor. I think they're going right in the front door. The attacks on the refineries have been immense and caused them lots of problems that way. Those attacks are all insured, which is going to be quite a bit of stress on the banking and insurance industry. And the debt of these wildberries, are the 5 biggest tech companies in Russia. They refer to these online retailers as tech companies: Yandex, T-Bank, Wildberries, Ozone, and Rostelecom. Those are the 5 big ones. Together, they've got $27 billion in loans out, and that increased by 53% in 2025, went from 2024 through 25 to 26, and it's 53% larger than it was, their overall debt. I think Wildberries holds about $18 billion of that debt, or loans of about $18 billion. Could those take down multiple, single or multiple big banks? Possibly, because they're so stressed already that massive, as we've said, I didn't predict it would be at Wildberries, but I had said what we're looking for in defense manufacturers or companies that are losing money because they aren't defense manufacturers. We're looking for major defaults and bankruptcies this year as part of the mix of what will big industrial client goes bankrupt, or big as in this case tech giant goes bankrupt. Bank that it held all the loans with also could have a balance sheet that then isn't sustainable and go bankrupt. And if that happens, you've got to see the state take those assets over probably and not let them just fail. But we'll see. But the banks are all asking all the 5 big banks have asked the government for like 4 trillion rubles or something to in repo to make up their losses because their balance sheets are going so bad. Yeah, so this is really right on the precarious edge. But I wouldn't characterize it as he did. Maybe he's delivering this message to kind of soften the blow or something of finding out that a big bank is going to go bankrupt, because it's obvious to us, and he's not telling me anything new, and we've been looking for it. The only difference is I wouldn't have picked Wildberries as the place where it is, but certainly Ukraine picked Wildberries very well, didn't they, Mockers? Because the bulk of that $27 billion is held by Wildberries, but I imagine Ozone will be right after Wildberries. So they picked the most vulnerable one, and they've been pounding it mercifully. And I don't think it's a mistake either that Lukoil was the most weakest of the oil companies and got pounded mercilessly as well.
Talking of merciless, go ahead, Ming.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a sort of funny side note to a point Will made about the refinery losses being insured. The reason they're insured is because it's not technically a war. So they get covered. They recover their losses under their all risk policy, which covers sabotage and terrorism. So if it was a war policy, it wouldn't get covered. But because it's counted as sabotage and terrorism, the all risk policy catches it, and that's why Russian insurers are on the hook, because legally in Russia's book this isn't a war.
And in Russia, right, if you're into major insurance, you're probably also into major banking. They're very, very tightly connected, and it'll cost them in the situation. I guess all refinery losses after a war is actually declared will no longer be covered. But yeah, right now they're fully covered.
So it's coming up to nearly the top of the hour where we swap over, and I have so many things that I wanted to tell you about, but I'm going to tell you just one, which is just a beautiful piece of trolling that the Ukrainians have done on the Russians. And it may be small, but it's hilarious. Derek Tennis. He's been quiet for a couple of weeks, but he's back with a vengeance and writing some brilliant threads and always good information. And you know what? He's just one of these people that just pulls things out of the blue, a bit like Prune with her, Super Pig story yesterday. Here is one of the, apparently, what he considers to be the funniest Ukrainian operations of the war and one of the dumbest feats of Russian idiocy that almost completely paralyzed their own post office at one point. And it's the case of Lieutenant Gontarenko. After the Russian MOD announced in December 22 that letters and packages could be sent to the front line via the Russian post, calls began circulating throughout Russia to send old blankets to one specific soldier, Lieutenant Kirill Gontarenko. He would go on to eventually receive aid packages amounting to 180 metric tons of old blankets, nearly 20% of all the packages that were sent to the front line in 2023. The call for old blankets quickly became an unstoppable trend throughout Russia, as officials and individuals from all regions, schools, kindergartens, veteran councils, post offices, tax offices, and even the Seventh-day Adventist Church began sending old blankets to Gontarenko. The Moscow region, Moscow and St. Petersburg, were recorded as sending the most blankets by weight, with every second package from Bashkortostan and every third package from Kuban in 2023 directed for Gontarenko. By the end of 2023, out of all of Russia, only Chechnya, Ingushetia, and the Jewish Autonomous Region hadn't sent a parcel to him. I wonder whatever happened to the massive amount of old blankets that were sent. It remains a mystery to this day. And I just think that's one of the funniest things I have heard in a while, and it really cheered me up. And the only thing I could think was, well, at least somebody's warm, eh? At least Lieutenant Kirill Gontarenko is warm, because he has 6 billion tons of blankets. So that was just a little funny story to end my stint on today, because there's so much serious stuff that we need to talk about, and there's just never enough time. So I love you as I mean it, but I'm going to go to work now and leave our Will to continue with his fabulous and flamboyant assistant, Ming the Merciless. So do enjoy yourselves, and enjoy our newest segment, the Vera from Long Beach Vatnik Appreciation Hour.
Exactly. Thank you, Mockers. We couldn't get it any shorter and keep it that funny. So that's your title. Live with it. Thanks, Mockers. Thank you, FireFella. FireFella, we'll catch up with you tomorrow to see how how Ukraine strike on the strategic oil reserve up near Segura. Where's it? What's that place called? You had it in the nest. So I've went and found this facility. It's actually in Udmurtia, in the Roz Reserve Goranzan facility. So I found it up there. It's a fairly significant fuel storage facility, and kind of strategically located in a triangle between the Yelabuga drone factory, the Votkinsk missile factory, and the Izvest, where there are other factories around, big industrial centers of Russia out here in Udmurtia. When you hear that name, you can usually find some good targets. This one's a strategic oil reserve, and Mark will be want to evaluate some fire tomorrow, I think, at that strategic oil reserve. So we'll see that and talk to you more about it. I put the picture up in the nest of that Udmurtia facility, but we don't have anything more than the initial reports that it has been hit. Ming, how are you, sir?
I'm well, Will. Hey, Will, you should remind everybody who Vera from Long Beach was.
Oh, yeah, okay. So Vera from Long Beach Vatnik Appreciation Hour comes from one of the segments Ming and I used to do way back on Maria Report days. We were together and a woman came on who obviously just saw Ukraine in the title or whatever and dove right in and didn't bother to listen for very long at all, and immediately just got stuck into Ming and I about the fact that we didn't know jack shit about Russia. You don't even speak Russian. The Russians aren't responsible for this war. It's all Putin's fault, and you can't blame normal Russians. And what do you people know anyway from your, what did she say, your high horse, your high seat or whatever? Anyway, so you could tell she was Russian by her accent, but she lived in Long Beach, California for a long time, for years, and I reckon she didn't see us coming. Anyway, it was a pretty entertaining segment where Ming and I dressed her down pretty good. Apparently, the crowd loved it, and so it's always stuck in my mind as one of my favorite things. So I jokingly put the title down for Ming and I's regular segment, and it stuck like glue. I was thinking Ming wouldn't like it because Ming is. I'm just going to go ahead and say you're a lot more refined and cultured than I am. So something like that sort of joke I didn't think necessarily would appeal to you, and you might change the name to something short, but you decided to let it ride.
Yeah, no, it was actually really funny because she just said, "What do you know about Russia?" It's like, we replied to her in Russian.
Yeah, that's right. Said, no, please go ahead and speak in Russian if that's what you'd like, in Russian, and it really shocked her. Yeah, it was good times had by all. So we'll keep that sort of thing up. I mean, Ming and I are real connoisseurs of bizarre shit going on in Russia, whether it's Homo Sovieticus or modern day Absurdistan. There's always plenty of weird shit coming out of Russia. I'd have to say the weirdest shit I saw yesterday was Putin's speech. Did you see Putin's speech at the Navy college or whatever indoors after the brief Navy presentation before a poster of a submarine out in a very well protected courtyard? He went downstairs and gave a speech, and in that speech, he said two things that were just whoppers of massive disin folklore, I'll call it, since decoding's sitting there, that the entire area of the Ukraine's always been known as a left bank, right bank area, right? And the entire of the left bank was always seen as Russian. From Putin's mind, I think there will be several thousand years worth of people that would object to that, but that's his view. And then essentially admitted that they're going to go take over the entire of the left bank of the Dnipro, cut off about a third or half of Ukraine, and then probably offer the other half, the western provinces, to the places he said were the traditional owners of those, Hungary, Poland, Romania. So this is what Putin's mindset is. He wants to take over the entire world. Hungary and Poland and Romania, you're definitely on the list. But the way he's going to do it is slice off this portion of Ukraine, if he could do it, up to the Dnipro. Since they failed to take the entire country and decapitate it, his next real plan is take everything west of the Dnipro and then try to call a halt to things. And in order to get that halt of things, hand over traditional territories to Hungary, all the west of Ukraine, break it up by other people. This is a very, very KGB approach to things in dealing with its former Warsaw Pact countries, and sowing discontent between them, and letting them prey upon one another so that there were bases for recriminations later in case they needed to divide them against each other. Look at the whole Poland UPA home army thing going on between Poland and Ukraine. Almost all 100% manufactured situation by Russia to do, and they're proposing to do a similar thing with Hungary, Poland, and Romania if in his fantasy world. So this is the weird thing. I mean, this is just a fantastically fantastical speech that he would even say we're going to make it to take the entire West Bank. But that clearly is what he lays out what their real plans would be. Take all that and then hand over other bits of it as if they're going to even be able to take the fortress cities in the Donbass, which there absolutely is no guarantee they're even going to be able to get that far. Ming, what did you think about that speech, or
Yeah,
did you
so
even see it?
I actually wanted to talk about this because the word that I seized on in that particular speech was a slightly peculiar word, right? So it was this word that got translated into English as titular. So I was sort of, because it's not a word you'd use in that context in English. So I was sort of thinking maybe there's been some sort of mistranslation going on here. To see try and get a sense of what Putin might actually have meant by his use of that word. So I was planning to talk about this. But before we do, let's go to, we have a hand up, let's go to civil squares, and then we'll move back to that.
Hi there. Sorry I didn't get to say hello to Mockers. She's an awesome person. I used to, I'm sure some of you recognize me. In the beginning of the war, I spoke pretty regularly on my report, but timing and schedules. I wanted to comment on this forum. The reason why, the first reason I wanted to say something was I appreciate the balance of humor and effort that people put on this. I listen to some of the podcasts and people just get so political and name calling and cursing and this and that, saying, when you're working, I think right now I'm the longest volunteer, back and forth between Romania and Ukraine from the United States. There's no one else that's been here for 4.5 years. And the one thing that I just wanted to comment on, just taking what was just said one step further, I'm kind of amazed at, what is in everybody's face in the press in a real microscopic way, but it's not resonating the importance. We've had, 3 drones taken out by F-16s here in Romania. Yesterday morning when I woke up, the lead story was 3 days in a row, Russian drones. The day before that, 4 days ago, about 20 miles from where I'm sitting off Sulina, which is on the border of the Black Sea with Ukraine and Romania. A LPG tanker was hit twice, once at about 11:30 at night, and then at about 8 o'clock in the morning. When you see these little tidbits like what happened 2 weeks ago, F-16s from Romania took out drones in Lithuania, and a lot of people don't realize that the powerhouse of Europe from a Air Force and cyber point of view is no longer Germany. It's no longer France. It's not Belgium. It's Romania. With the opening of MK Air Force Base, now officially the largest NATO Air Force base in Europe, that really puts, this is all happening over this summer. So they've been building this. Well, it's been there for 20 years, but they've been expanding it for the last 5-6 years. And it's to have a tanker, explode off the Romanian coast, 3 drones land in Romania, and it's still only warranting sort of like page 2 or page 3. I think that there's some significance there. I mean, where I'm sitting right now, the F-16s can go from Romania to Odessa in less than 6 minutes, and it's just there's a lot happening here. We would see up along the Romanian side of the Danube River from Isacha down to Tulcha and over to Santa Georgia. So that's straight down where the Danube separates Ukraine and Romania. On the Romanian side, you'd see training missions going down along the Romanian side, but now there's quite a few more that you see, especially with these drones and this LPG tanker. And for those who don't know, Romania is the, and I'm not a Romanian, I'm just giving you the facts. Romania is the #1 producer of gas, liquid natural gas in Europe. When you ask most people that, they say, "Oh, Norway." No, Norway's oil, Romania's gas. And as you know, Constanza, which is the largest port on the Black Sea, had 2 marine drones. They were Ukrainian marine drones. They were hacked and they exploded in the Constanza harbor last month. So what I'm saying is there's a lot of activity here. Romanians who are typically very reserved and in terms of their thoughtfulness and not reacting. And but things are definitely there's an uptick here that's very uncomfortable, especially where I'm sitting right now. I'm looking where I am. I'm in a building which is one of the last buildings in Romania on the Danube Delta. Within a few miles is Ukraine, and that's where I've spent a lot of my time going back and forth the Danube with medical supplies. But I just wanted to share that Romania definitely is. It's been a sea of change in the last 10 days, and so I just wanted to. So I'm glad that you mentioned that in part. Thank you, and please say hello to Mockers if I'm not back for a couple of weeks.
Yeah, no
She's
worries.
awesome.
Thanks, Sybil. So Ming, back to this speech. Yeah, the titular head, the titular portion of the country. Go ahead and carry on from you're wanting to point that out.
Yeah, so you look at, as I was saying, I was sort of struck by this word, because it's not a word you'd use in English in this context in normal conversation. So what does he mean? So I sort of dug into it, and apparently it's a Soviet concept. So basically, a titular nation is a nation where the people give their name to the entity. So classic examples: the Kazakhs in Kazakhstan, the Tatars in Tatarstan, etc., etc. And somehow the Ukrainians don't qualify for this status. And he has a particular bee in his bonnet about this concept, because the Ukrainians put a law through the books, which I'll just drag the details up on here. So they put a law through the books where they basically recognize ethnic groups.
Oh, you're muted.
Where the Ukrainians put a law through the books in 2021, the law on indigenous peoples, which recognizes minority groups within Ukraine itself. So obviously that includes the Crimean Tatars. There's a couple of other groups in there that I hadn't heard of myself previously. So who are they? They are the, let's see.
The Hutus and the Syriacs?
No, not the Surzics, because the Surzics, I think, are just a dialect, right?
Yeah, but who knows what Russia would do?
Yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah, so it's the hang on, I keep on losing my page. Yeah, it's the Karaites and the Krimchaks, who I'd never heard of. But anyway, Krimchak presumably has something to do with Crimea. I'm guessing from the name. But really importantly, missing from this indigenous peoples of Ukraine are the Russians. So this is something that Putin apparently has a bee in his bonnet about, right? So, you mentioned earlier Udmurtia, the Udmurts, the Chukotka has the Chukchis. And somehow, in Putin's mind, Ukrainians do not qualify, despite the fact that they are of Ukraine and the country's called Ukraine and they're called Ukrainians, right?
And I took that from him that the only true Ukrainians are the Russian Ukrainians. That's where the country is essentially founded from, if you will.
Yeah, well, so so here's the thing. So this is what I was sort of digging into. I sort of think, well, isn't this all a bit arbitrary? Because basically all you're doing here, or Putin's doing, is playing a nominalist game. The country is whatever I choose to call it. So I don't know. You could call a country, I don't know, Greenlandia. And suddenly that becomes a titular country because you call its people Greenlandians. It doesn't make any sense at all. And so I sort of dug into this, and basically it's an old Soviet thing. It's so the Soviets arbitrarily gave areas names that they thought kind of fit the bill. And classic example, another one that was mentioned this morning, is the Jewish semi-autonomous Okrug, which is completely artificial. It was just something set up by Stalin to compete with Israel. And there's about 2 Jews there, and everybody else is sort of Siberian ethnic minorities and or Russian.
Yeah, and people that wanted to buy cheap dachas. I've been there.
Yeah. Oh, you've been there? I've never been there. What's it like?
Oh, nothing special. It's the middle of nowhere countryside out by Khabarovsk, and it's nothing. We just went to a cabin and stayed out there because we wanted to get out of the filthy, stinking city.
Yeah. So then the broader problem becomes, well, okay, so Ukraine was gifted all these Western territories by Stalin. How far should we go to undo what Stalin did, which opens a whole can of worms, not to mention, the obvious ones like Kaliningrad, Königsberg, the Kyril Islands, all the rest of it. But there's any number of huge swathes of territory that were either were basically arbitrarily seized by Stalin. So maybe if Stalin's the big bad guy, according to Putin, there's an awful lot of work we need to undo to put right what he did.
That's true. If you want to be consistent, that's for sure. Now Ioana and Jenny want to get in here. You want to go ahead?
Yeah, thank you, Will. Thank you for this, guys, and Ming, of course. I have several points. First, about what Putin is talking about. This East Bank, West Bank. He's behaving like a king. We will take the king's part, the East Bank of Ukraine, and you can have the other parts. Split it between yourselves, Poland, Hungary, Romania. Only he is distributing, he is gifting things that he does not have. And as I said several times, and I repeat it again, I think the best thing of Russian propaganda was to convince the world that Russia is invincible, indispensable, and has the right to say about territories that are not its own. And he's doing it again. He did it in 2022. He did it later on, and he's doing it again as if he has some rights to decide about this. And of course, all the other countries, I mean, Poland, Hungary, and Romania, will not fall for this trap. Then to civil squares, Romania is indeed the biggest gas producer in EU. Norway is the biggest gas producer in Europe still. But Romania is gaining capacity fast with the Neptune Deep, the new exploitation thing, and will be a major, major gas producer in the world, actually, because the capacities will be quite big. But still, Norway is the biggest gas producer in Europe. Romania is the biggest one in EU. There is this distinction because Norway is not in EU. And I had something to say also about the drones. Indeed, apparently, decision has been made to take down the drones. The F-16s are patrolling, they have missions. They figured out how to take out the drones. Just to know that alerts about the drones are each night in that region, in Tulcea, Sakcha, all the region bordering Ukraine. And I want to point out that this is a very important region right now because some of the shipment is redirected to this area, to the channels of the Danube, to the Danube, and to Constanza. Because unfortunately, and I mean to talk about this on Wednesday, but we can address it now quickly if you want. Unfortunately, the Odessa ports, the greater Odessa region ports, the three important ports, are stopped now in Ukraine following several Russian attacks and the decision from the shipment companies to suspend activity for the moment in that region. So basically, the channels of the Danube and the port of Constanza is taking the redirecting capacity of the Odessa ports. Of course, it cannot cover for all of it because those ports were major ports. But it can, Constanza can take about 30%, and some of it is going to the channels, and some of it is going on the ground routes. But it's very unfortunate, and it's kind of worrying, but it's not as bad as it looks, and they can address it. I actually planned for Wednesday to have like a three seas segments, what is happening in the Black Sea, Azov Sea, and Caspian Sea, because there are things to tell about that too. But yeah, for now, I already talked about several subjects, so I'll stop here. Back to you, Will Ming.
Thanks, Ioana. Yeah, so I mean, like I said at the beginning, it he talks as if there was this long-standing and large population of actual Russians who weren't, Udmurts and all the other population groups. That there was this large homogenous group of Russians that slowly expanded into Ukraine and lived lived east of the Dnieper River, on the left bank, as they say, going down the river, and that somehow they have some sort of long-standing a claim to that, as if they were the center of the country. This is so upside down thinking that it's proper absurdistan, because the truth of the matter is the manner in which the population expanded throughout Ukraine came from west to east, right? Where it met up with I think the Mongols had something to do with slowing them down. But there are, like, I don't know, 10 different easily 10 different cultural groups that are out there in the West. And it's the oldest part, Lviv and Ivano-Frankivsk and all these cities that are, sure, they've traded hands, Poland, Lithuania and all that, but there was cultures that lived out there. I mean, this is why you have Vishivankas of all the different designs. And each little area will have its own culturally significant design of a Vishivanka. Like Rivne's got the horse and Ternopil's got the flowers. And, this stuff, and there's actual archaeological records of this stuff existing back before Muscovy was well before it was even a swamp. It was probably still a lake, well, not even dried out yet. So this idea that Russia is purporting, that Putin's putting forward here, as if he can make up out of whole cloth, like you said, Ming, he can make up out of whole cloth what populations were called, where they came from, and deem them valid or not. And if you told anybody in the world outside of a Russian the manner of progression of the Russification of Russia started with all these people essentially being, these Russians being indigenous out there in any way, is just absolutely preposterous, and you'd get laughed out of any history or archaeological or cultural classroom in the world. I mean, I'm no expert about it at all, I can tell you, but all you got to do is make one or two trips to Ukraine and go to some natural history museums and culture museums, and you're going to see pretty quickly that there was a live culture there well before Russia ever existed, and it predates, its culture both predates and highly influences Russia. When I told my Russian teacher, when I was in Russia, when I told my Russian teacher that it was my assessment that the Russian language grew out of the Ukrainian language, I thought her head was going to explode. She was actually from Odessa, but she considered herself Russian. And I'm telling you, I mean, she's. Have you ever had a service provider that you're paying for, and they're obviously usually very polite to you, just absolutely go off on me like I'm like a little kid, and so let's just say she got sacked, but not before she had let loose on me about what a Russian actually thinks about how Russian culture grew up and Russian language here. But this is she would have stood and saluted when Putin said that bullshit in that speech, frankly. Yenny?
I just wanted to go back to what Civil Square said about like the power shift, and Romania is coming out as a powerhouse. I have since 2022 seen a massive power shift happening. The traditional ones, France, UK, and Germany, and sort of Spain, they have been, and Italy as well. They have all been seen as these powerhouses of Europe, and you're slowly seeing a shift. Who were the first ones to cut off Russian oil being delivered to their countries? It was the Baltic states. We have seen Poland making great strides at building up like a massive army. Sweden and Finland joined NATO, which was unthinkable before 2022. We didn't need, at that point, we didn't think that we were going to need it. We decided that we were going to join. And when you look at who contributes the most per capita in Europe, actually in the world, the ones that the countries that we call the NBA are sticking out. You see the Baltic states making great contributions for being as tiny as they are. I just want everybody to understand that the three countries together the population do not total 10 million, which means that they are puny, tiny little countries, yet they're punching way above their weight. Sweden and Denmark have, in my mind at least, have a healthy competition going on, going who can contribute the most. And again, Denmark has a population of less than 6 million. Sweden has a population of 10 million. And again, we're punching way above our weight when it comes to contributions to Ukraine. Also, Sweden has done fairly well. Yes, I am bragging about my country. They have done greatly when it comes to grabbing shadow fleet tankers and taking them in. Yes, we have released some of them, but at the same time, we delayed them, which cost the shippers a lot of money. So either way you look at it, whether or not you release the ship, just go over it with a fine-tooth comb, try to keep them for as long as you can, because the company that owns these boats will be punished for not reaching dock and unloading or loading at the time that they said they would be there. It's kind of like an airport. If you're telling them that you're going to arrive on the 27th of July and you don't show up until August 1st, there will be penalties because they allotted you that slot. And it's even more strict when it comes to shipping. Anyways, so you're seeing a power shift more towards these countries that haven't been looked at as powerhouses in recent history. And I'm loving it because we have one thing in common. We either lived near or under Russian rule during the Cold War, and we know the enemy, and we all say fuck Russia. Thank you.
Thank you, Yenny. Hey, Decoding, how are you? I mentioned your name and up you pop.
Hi. Thank you both for being there. Thank you for the plug, the distant folklore plug. Yeah, I saw the titular headline, and so I'm really grateful to Ming for explaining that, because it makes perfect sense within Russia's logic what he was going on about. But I saw it as something was going on. He was talking about something, playing merciful sovereign, that he can give all this away, that Stalin could give all this away. And then what I'm doing on this Wednesday show is outflank Dugan, don't rebut, which is what Will was doing there. As you know, I go back, you have to go back even further to really outflank them to the 6,000 year perspective, to the beginning of Indo-European languages. And he just doesn't have a leg to stand on for any state. But sadly, intelligent people, and I know some of them, highly educated people who in every other sphere are completely normal-brained people, come out with this nonsense. So anyway, thank you for highlighting that, Ming. Out.
Thanks very much, Dakota. Ming, what's your next story you'd like to talk about? Are we done with Putin's speech? I think we're probably done with it.
No, I think we are. Although, I mean, there is some more fun to be had with it, but maybe we can save that for later. I just wanted to flag up. I popped it in the nest. See, where is it? Oh yeah, it's the first post in the nest. I took a quick look at the headline numbers. So this is Defense Use, the Ukraine MOD's Russian casualty numbers versus the Putaru.net hard data. So Putaru.net, just for those of you who don't know, what they do is they track Russian death announcements on Russian social media, right? So it's, oh, my beloved son Ivan was killed in the special military operation, blah blah blah, and they basically update their numbers daily, and they are currently, as of today, at a total of 220,596 actually announced Russian deaths in Ukraine. Now, this is hard data because every single one of those entries is in their database, and you can download their entire database, and you can actually link to the Russian death announcement for every one of those 220,000 entries. Now, of course, there's a couple of quite big unknowns in all this versus the Defense U numbers, the Ukrainian MOD. One is Ukrainian MOD counts Russian casualties, so that's Russian KIA, killed in action, Russian wounded in action, WIA, and to a lesser extent, obviously, POWs and MIAs. But we don't know what the proportion is between those four components. But it doesn't matter, because we have the hard data from Putaru, and if the Defense U numbers are overstated, wildly exaggerated, as lots of people claim, lots of people on the Russian side of the fence, then the percentage rate of increase should be much higher for Defense U numbers versus Putaru numbers. Now, I haven't done this in a while, but what I've done is I've gone back to birth. Putaru started reporting its numbers in January 2023. So I've picked the May number as being a good place to start, because basically Putaru's percentage rate of increase will be wildly off in the early months as their data is maturing. So I've chopped off the first 5 months, roughly 4 months, apologies, of Putaru's data, where their percentage rate of increase is going to be much higher because they'll be playing catch up. So they were at 21,000 back in May 2023 versus a reported number of 191,000 from the Ukrainian MOD. But since then, the percentage rate of increase on Putaru is 943% versus only 654% for Defense U's number, which leaves us with a mismatch of just shy of 290 percentage points, right? So what does that mean in actual numbers? Well, there it is. It's 550,000 implied additional Russian casualties in Ukraine over the number stated by the Ukrainian MODs. So the the implied actual number of Russian casualties as of today is just under 2 million per that analysis.
I mean, and that's I find that interesting. I'm wondering though if potterado.net is there anything that's changed in their algorithm for calculating that would lead us to need to reevaluate that calculation method versus the previous estimate, because the methodology of collecting information for Defense U hasn't changed at all, and it does seem to be mostly uh, representative of what we're seeing on the battlefield, or nothing that seems to be a major outlier from when we were looking at this previously. Is there anything that changed in are they getting better at capturing the portion of the data that they're after, the estimates based upon, or is there anything else in their methodology that's obviously changed that might explain some of this difference? Because that's a huge difference, 500,000 guys.
Yeah, it is a really, really significant difference, and this is something that I want to work on in a bit more detail. I've noticed with let's start with Defense U, right? So Ukrainian MOD only count the ones they can see, as I understand it.
Correct.
Right? So let's say they hit an ATV, right? They don't know how many people were in the ATV. So they're not going to count. Let's say there were 5 guys in the ATV and they're all dead. They're not going to, or wounded or whatever. They're not going to count those numbers in their daily updates, right? But in comparison, I have a suspicion that there's been a slight change over on the Pataroo side of the equation. Because what I've started noticing with their numbers when I dig into their database is that what they've been adding people who are counted in Russian terms as MIA, right? But they only add them when they've been counted as MIA for a significant period of time. So, I don't know what that number is. It might be 3 months, it might be 6 months, but basically they are posting Russian social media entries where someone is saying, has anyone got any news of my son Ivan, who has been missing since February last year? Right? Now, we can be pretty sure that if Ivan's been missing since February last year, he is not going to turn up like Martin Guerre in that famous French story. A couple of years later, we're pretty sure Ivan is KIA.
Yeah. You have to make that assessment in the easily the deadliest front line in the history. But some people go missing, maybe don't want to be found or whatever. But the most of them, yeah. If you've gone missing, you'd be KIA after a while.
Yeah, and there's not going to be 500,000 people who are suddenly going to want to go missing in some mysterious way.
Yeah, so in one respect, you think maybe some people would, but the truth of the matter is, most of these people have something they want to return home to, and maybe some wealth or property or whatever they wouldn't want to leave. So yeah, it would be out of the ordinary. But I'm still wondering if there's something in the potteroo.net method of algorithm or means of capture, because these are the folks that are capturing all of the local death notices and funeral notices and these reports of people missing people and all that sort of stuff, but from local media. So it's a tiny, not a tiny, but a small fraction of what we assume, if we assume what they're missing out on, but it's proportional to the numbers from defense. That's how this calculation got built up, right? The estimate is based on what they're missing in Potteru.net versus the counting method of Ukraine.
Yeah, sorry, I should have mentioned that. Yeah, because obviously Pataru is incomplete. They don't capture 100% of Russian KIAs because there's going to be a variety of reasons why that is. The family don't put it on social media. They might be in, for instance, I don't know, Chechnya, where it's kind of frowned upon to put up these sad, sorry news stories or whatever. So how much of the data does Pataru capture? Well, I'm just basically messing around with those numbers. I reckon it's about somewhere between 40 and 45% of the actual data. And then there's the other variables, what the KIA to WIA ratio is, how many are MIA, how many are POWs, that sort of thing. But overall, it doesn't really matter because the core issue is what is the percentage rate of increase between the two. And I would, any way you cut it, Will, defense use numbers are pretty credible.
Yeah, and that's what I appreciated about looking at this. You doing this independent methodology of looking at it, because I remember in 22, maybe even into 23, we were really looking at which numbers are credible that we're going to talk about and report on daily. And one of the main things is find something you think is credible, and assess its methodology, and maybe whatever error method you think is in there, but then stick with it, right? Don't continually jump around on the bases by which you're looking. Otherwise, it's a big muddy mess. So the officers killed in Ukraine was a good way to look at it, based on their representation in the entire body of soldiers and their likelihood to be killed. Some foes factors there, as well as the work that you did on what we see here. And the only other thing I think that might make a difference in Potteru's numbers are because of the slight variations or sometimes significant variations in reporting of deaths culturally around different units. I'd want to see if there were cultural differences and aversion to reporting in the locations where the highest percentage of bodies would then draw from, right? Because you remember Bashkortostan and Sakhalin and other places were committing 40 soldiers for every one that went in from St. Petersburg, Moscow. So if the numbers that were drawn from out there were from places where there was an aversion to reporting death notices, of course that would inflate the numbers up the other way in some way. So some more looking at this is probably interesting, but it wouldn't surprise me at all if in looking at it, the Ukrainian numbers, defense U numbers that we rely on all the time, are actually even more credible because they're possibly even a little bit conservative on their estimates.
Yeah, so I haven't I haven't run that analysis on where they're from. I can do that. I've kind of upped my game a bit in the sense that now I've got an AI agent saving Potteru's numbers daily automatically to the Wayback Machine, so that we can
high-tech whiz.
Yeah, well, I've been doing it manually myself, So when I remember, I pop on the Wayback Machine and save Putteroo to get a snapshot for any given particular day. But I'd like forget, or I'd be traveling or whatever, so I kind of miss it. But then I thought, well, maybe I can do this automatically, and then I had to. So I tried.
Everybody's using AI agents. You're doing AI agents, decoding stuff. I still write all of my fan fiction without the support of AI. And
I know, but this is just a boring daily repetitive task.
It's an agent task, not a
Yeah. So I've got this thing called Base 55 that sends me a WhatsApp message at 8 a.m. every morning when it's done it.
Nice. Decoding. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you for doing that work, Ming. So basically what you're saying is you have an argument that the Russians have lost almost 2 million souls, which is not implausible, but it is like Russia sending drones into EU, into Romania, a NATO state, and most people not batting an eyelid. It's just extraordinary, because you remember how we many of us felt in early March 2022. We thought we'd just get up to 15,000 RIP, and then the state will have to pull back. And now we're looking at this appalling vista of 2 million, and no one's batting an eyelid. I just registering the yet again another amazing thing, which is just extraordinary. If you'd said to someone a few years ago that this could happen, even in March 2022, and no one would bat an eyelid, and Grandad would still be making his speeches about titular this and titular that when they can't even take Mala Tokmachka. We are living in an extraordinary timeline, and it's nice to be here with everyone out.
Yeah, so decoding, this was a lesson that Putin learnt very early on about the batting an eyelid thing, right? So the groups who were likely to bat eyelids about this sort of stuff were the mothers groups, and they were extremely significant in the context of both the Afghan war and the Chechen war. So, and you also saw that this is the moment you also saw the moment where he learnt his lesson about this, which was that moment after the loss of the Kursk. There was a family member who was standing up asking about the person she was related to, who got drugged and gagged at the press conference. So in the run-in into this Ukrainian war, the state set up fake mothers groups. So if you go on Telegram, you can find this sort of, apparently official mothers group, which is entirely supportive of the war in Ukraine. There is a real mothers group on Telegram, but it's branded by Telegram as fake, right? So what Putin effectively did was, before this even started, was entirely neutralize the voices that were likely to, as you say, bat their eyelids.
Yeah, I mean, it worked for religion, right? They set up their own religion, so might as well try it with the mothers groups. Yeah, Civil Squares, go ahead. Or maybe not, Civil Squares.
I'm sorry, let me reconnect on a different bandwidth. I'm having some tech issues, so I'll be back in about 30 seconds. Thank you, sorry.
No worries, pop back. Decoding, go ahead.
I mean, vaguely on the same theme, I read a book by David Patrikarkas, that journalist who's involved in the Yellow Ribbon movement, but we won't mention that, called War in 147 Characters. Basically, he argued, he wrote in that 2017, I think, or 2018 it was published, and basically, based on Gaza and Russia-occupied Ukraine, he basically predicted that there'd be no more wars because of Twitter and the capacity to publicize everything. And yet we see now this. I was listening to Midas Touch earlier about the basically Chinese satellite imagery apparently has demonstrated in the last 2 weeks. Well, they calculate about $50 billion worth of bases, material and launchers and everything Iran has eviscerated in the Middle East of American stuff. And yeah, I don't know. It's just amazing that we've got to the point where all of these things, 2 million people can be killed, and there isn't a big thing about it, and all of this other stuff. So I suppose what I'm saying is, it's not just in Russia; it's also in our cultures as well, and we've got to keep an eye out on it. And if anyone wants to listen to that Midas Touch, it's well worth. I mean, it's stunning, because I don't see this reported anywhere else. Out.
Thanks, Ducati. So let's see. The refinery strike the other day led to two things. Well, two things. When it comes up, there was I noted the gas lines started the lines for fuel purchase at retail stations started the very next day after the strike on the uh, refinery at Tumen. And this is characteristic of the thing that I've talked about previously, where at Nizhnekamsk and near Saratov, and the day after the refineries were struck there, the regional refineries, they immediately started seeing gasoline lines, and that we didn't see this in 2025. And this is a clear signal to me that this Russian retail fuel distribution system is very, very brittle. They have virtually no slag capacity that's sloshing around in their system to provide mutual aid to an area where they have an outage. And many of the outages are being focused on the far east of the country, which is always the case, even though the three major refineries in the far east have never been struck. But this Tumen refinery, right in the middle of the country, in the farthest, so this and Omsk are the farthest ones reached. When these ones get struck, uh, they still don't have even though they've shifted quite a lot of the production in the far east out to the west to help out over there. If you're in the center of the country like this, Nizhnekamsk, or even as far west as Saratov, when that refinery was last struck, immediately the petrol lines start. So I wanted to note that this coincides with what we've been talking about. Well, what I've been talking about is I am absolutely confident that Ukraine has out of action 50% of the refining capacity of Russia is offline, the boilerplate capacity. So the most conservative estimate of how much would be offline is half, and it's half. We know it's half because of the fact that they don't have mutual aid capability, because they're having shortages in diesel, and they're they may be thinking, the Russian government may be thinking they're going to try to lift the diesel export restrictions, but for now diesel and gasoline are both export restricted. And if remember, Russia previously, before everything happened, had a 30% excess capacity of diesel that it was manufacturing, that it essentially had to get rid of, couldn't use in the country no matter how much diesel they used. So to go from that situation to a place where they have restricted diesel and gasoline. Gasoline will definitely be extended through the end of the year, and they're going to talk about diesel in the next meeting. But the system has no flexibility, and with 50% of the refining capacity offline, we would expect to see shortages of diesel. That's where we'd start to see those sorts of things. So I am confident they've got that much offline. This really is a case of get them down and keep them down, because like that Tumen refinery, 5 weeks since its last strike, and they do what I do. I watch the refineries and see whether or not the refineries are starting up again. If the flares are operating, if they're doing process heater startups, and we see little bursts around that you normally get prior to steady state operation, and if we see these refineries starting up, boom, they get hit again. And that it has tended to be about 5 to 6 weeks following the initial strike. We saw it at Yaroslavl. We see, it is happening repeatedly. Ilsky. So they will, if at all possible, keep the refining capacity of Russia at or below 50%. And these problems that they're facing with regard to fuel lines, price hikes, shortages, the black market, all the kinds of things that that are causing societal and economic problems. And Nabalina said late last week, her last bits in her last statements of last week, she had said what we have said, which is we will start to see prices, the problems related to fuel, start to cascade through inflation in the country, and that's definitely already happening. Virtually everything is delivered by diesel fuel on trucks, no matter where you're at. Big city, groceries, equipment, anything you're using, it's all coming in. Typically, at last line to you is a diesel powered vehicle that delivers it to the store wherever you buy things. And so price hikes on food, on clothing, on everything's going on. There's a very weird economic signal coming through right now from Russia, though, which probably also makes sense. But certain manufacturers of clothing and items that can be made in Russia for Russian consumption, some of those brands are offering discounts on their current stock of 70, even 90% to try to sell out all their stock. This is probably, or could easily be, companies that are trying to clear all their stock in normal fashion so they don't have to have going out of business sales, and they will be then closing up outlets in the shopping areas where they're at and cutting their losses by generating working capital to pay off debts and everything prior to closing up shops so they can exit the business. We'll see, but it doesn't look like right now that that any supplier who are facing high inflation on all their inputs would be offering 90% discounts on their products unless there was some major catastrophe in the offing, I think, Ming.
Yeah, so there's another interesting development related to this, and it kind of goes back to what you were saying about transport there, Will. So the lead article in Zagreb today is basically an attack on the Russian central bank about interest rates. And it's kind of, like a lot of these articles, it's kind of schizophrenic because, betting on defeat, the central bank is stifling production, not inflation. The enemy is delighted is the lead on the story. And then it starts talking about inflation. Now, there's quite a couple of interesting things about this. So, first off, the official inflation rate, according to Rosstat, for 2025 is 5.59%. And then they run through how much prices have actually risen. And of course, it's extraordinarily higher than that official rate, particularly obviously on the price of fuel. But then what's really interesting is they look into regional differences. Now, we can totally understand why fuel in Sevastopol is a lot more expensive than it is in Moscow, right? But not necessarily why that would also be true in Tuva, for example. So here, I'll just read this to you quickly. The figures reveal the gulf between Moscow and the Russian hinterland. In Tuva, prices for certain basic items have soared by 65% year on year by June. But the annual growth of consumer prices had reached only, and this is overall, the average is 12.2%. So there's a lot of weirdness going on here, as you noted, and it probably is to do with the sheer distance that's required to transport these items to places like Tuva versus to places like Moscow. Moscow, the fuel price increase isn't as marked. I think it's on average about 11%, according to this article, compared to other places where it's up in the 60, 70% kind of rate.
Yeah, they're definitely shifting supply around. And this was brought up last week, that the prices for fuel, or actually volumes of fuel traded on the St. Petersburg Exchange, dropped to next to nothing when the refinery strikes were peaking a few weeks ago. The government intervened and told major companies that they needed to share around their supply to the independent providers as well. Otherwise, because the independent providers basically said we're all going to go out, just close up shop, and then you'll have gasoline lines whether or not there's big supply or not, because 2/3 of the gasoline stations are independents. So the government forced them to increase trading on the exchange, but forcing them to trade on the exchange doesn't increase more volume. It just moves the volume around a little bit more equitably, but it does cause price things to have to achieve a market price, and that then means prices go up in places where they really shouldn't. The Far East shouldn't be paying more for fuel, but they're paying more for fuel to help ameliorate the cost for fuel in Moscow, which is always the norm for sure. One thing, we'll go to civil squares in a second, but I'll tell you one thing also. When you see a story about something, you almost always see the same, Tumen comes up again, and Tumen comes up again, because one thing that where prices are, or things, inflation hasn't hit yet. In fact, it's deflating, Ming, is in death benefits. Because remember early in the war, we heard people whose son had died, they get a lot of, and then they ran out of, that was going to get too expensive. So you'd get 30 kilograms of fish, frozen fish, or something, right? Firewood, anything like that. Now, families of all the Tumen residents killed in the special military operation in the last year are going to get circus tickets, Ming. Tickets to the circus for your family. That's what you get as a death benefit from the local, the city of Tumen.
Well, that'll cheer people up.
Yeah, that really make me feel a whole lot better. If I had lost a relative there, that they're worth a set of circus tickets. Civil squares, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry that I lost my connection before. I just thank you for giving a really thoughtful assessment of the economy and how China ameliorates, the inflation. These are subtle things, but they're actually really important. And if I didn't say European Union before in terms of Romania being natural gas leader, Ioana was pointing out that it's Europe, but I thought I said European Union, which they are the number one producer. And I just wanted to say that I tend not to talk politically because of the work that I do, but and I only talk about things that are in the press. But I think it's pretty clear that as MK surpasses Ramstein, with Ramstein currently has 7,000 employees. MK will soon have 10,000, and over the next few years, it will be the largest Air Force base. But currently, from a cyber point of view, and this is well known, that MK has the largest cyber command operation in Europe. And these capacities have been opening in a sort of like a waterfall method. And I'm just wondering if these 4 major attacks within Romanian airspace in the last week, which is I'm going to post a couple headlines. If Russia is testing the capacity for cyber response from Romania. It's a really it's hard to explain as an American in Romania and seeing, all of these things happen. Romania. Again, as you talk about economy, can't escape the economy here in Romania. 29 consecutive months, Romania has had the largest inflation. If you check Eurostats, 29 consecutive months, Romania has had the highest inflation. And the gentleman who also is very thoughtful in terms of saying, bat an eye. It's like, I'm stunned how few leaders in Europe are responding to what's been happening in the last week here in Romania. When you have a, 12,000 metric ton liquid natural gas tanker attacked, just literally 2 kilometers off Romania's water. So it's 20, or it's actually 37 kilometers off of Sulina, which is pretty much where I'm at right now in the Danube Delta. I'm on the edge of the Danube Delta, right across from Ukraine. And the 3 in Romania space drones, and of course, as we all know, in the small city of Galatz, an apartment building was hit a few weeks ago. So it makes one think that Russia's clearly testing the cyber capabilities of NATO via the new infrastructure here in Romania. And so, I'm in chatting with some of the really amazing, thoughtful Romanians that I've had the gift of meeting. They're not overreacting, but it is definitely frontline conversation. And finally, I think back when the current president, Nikos Dan, who was the mayor of Bucharest, who I have to tell you, in terms of helping to set up refugee programs here in Bucharest and also sending team members from the programs that were created in Bucharest to Isacha, where I have worked for most of the last 4.5 years, and up to Suceava on the northern border, there were a lot of people who appreciated the work that he did. And of course, there's people, because of what's going on with the economy, who are angry at him. But one thing I wanted that I saw that I've never seen in any other country, when he was elected president, there were about, and the official announcement was going to occur at 11 o'clock on election day, there were about, 20,000 people outside the hotel where he was going to, accept the presidency. And by 11 o'clock at night, there were over 100,000 people from both sides of the aisle. That's the thing that I found, coming from the United States, where people from both sides of the aisle don't tend to hang out together. And there was a chant, and I'm going to actually have a copy of it in the cloud. I'll post it here later or tomorrow. The Romanian people, after he accepted the presidency, in unison, just started chanting, "Remember, Russia, Romania is not yours." And that chant went on for almost 10 minutes. So the people here in Romania are very, very committed to capitalism. They're very committed to not forgetting the hell that Russia put Romania through under the dictatorship of Ceausescu. And so that's something that, that's why when I hear people talking about the events of the last week, that, as this gentleman clearly pointed out, a lot of Europe is not even batting an eye. It's a great expression. People here are deeply concerned. This is a real shift, and we're, the noise from other areas of clearly, of course, what's happening in Ukraine is not noise. I'm talking about in Europe. Noise in Europe in other topics seems to overshadow something that if an apartment building, 3 drones, an oil tanker occurred off of occurred off of France or Spain or Italy, it would be front page news 24/7. So it's really, it causes me to pause and to learn from the Romanian people that this is the kind of response, I call it the great overlooking. Overlooking what's actually happening here. And it's not pretty. This has been a really shocking week here in Romania. In 4.5 years, more has happened here in Romania than any country in Europe. And yet no one's talking about it, really, except for here in this forum. And I appreciate that. Thank you.
No worries, man. Yeah, believe me, I've been very interested with the fact that the first, second, and third of the drones were shot down by Romanian Air Force. Because once you break the seal on that sort of thing, the cascade could follow, and I hope it does. We're very, very well, not just because Ioana sits with us all the time, but we're very interested in what goes on in Romania, and especially the shifting power structure changes as it becomes more important as America withdraws from other bases. The Romanian air base, in particular, that's being expanded, becomes more and more important. Yenny.
I just wanted to say to Civil Square, it's not just Romania that is being delegated to the back end of the newspapers. Did you guys know that the Swedish Air
Correct.
Force, the Swedish Air Force last Tuesday morning met and told nicely to Russian bomber planes to go back home? They were met over the Baltic Sea. They never reached Swedish airspace, but Sweden didn't want to wait until they entered Swedish airspace either. So finally, they've been listening to me. I've been telling them, you guys should just tell them, like, you're this far away from Swedish airspace. We will shoot you out of the sky once you enter. This is your first and final warning. But this is not talked about. This did not even make front page news in Sweden. This is how common it is. When you look at how many times have you heard about drones entering Estonia or like any of the Baltic states, actually, Poland and Finland's airspace. They had a Russian, no, I think it might have been a Ukrainian drone that ended up near Helsinki. That is one it's really far away from the Russian border. It's not super far, but it's quite a bit away from the Russian border. And I don't care if it's Ukrainian or Russian, because if Russia had not attacked Ukraine in 2014 and then launched a full scale war on Ukraine in 2022, that drone would never have been there. This is all on Russia's doorstep. I don't care which nationality it had. They also, who talks about the GPS jamming that is going on in the Baltic Sea? Nobody. It has never stopped. It has continued. In fact, it is expanding. The area that they are now jamming is expanding, which makes it really difficult for planes to go to certain airports in Europe. And so we don't even know where it is, but it's affecting Norway, Sweden, Finland, Poland, Germany, and the Baltic states. All of these countries are directly affected by the fact that there is a jammer. If I was in charge, Sweden would be at war, because I would have been like, shut that thing off or I'm going to do it for you. And this is also why I really shouldn't be in like any kind of governmental position where I have this kind of power, because it would not be pretty. But nobody talks about these things. So it anywhere where, like, along the border of Russia and Ukraine is affected. And this has become everyday news. I don't remember if this made front page news when the Russian, I don't remember if it was an SU or TU, but a Russian fighter jet was in Estonian airspace for 6 minutes. That's a long time when you're talking fighter jets. And nobody talks about it because it just happens. Nobody talks about the fuckery that Russia is doing along the border of Estonia. We have stopped talking about the tankers in the Baltic Sea that drag their anchor and rip up cables. It hasn't stopped. It is still going on, yet we're not talking about it. In fact, actually, there is one person who talks about it. And Dutch people, I think you guys are lovely, but Mark Rutte can just fuck off. He actually, after the incident with the Russian fighter jet in Estonian airspace for 6 minutes, and Estonia said, we would like to open Article 4. We need to talk about this. He actually turned to Estonia and said, if you keep invoking Article 4, nobody's going to take you seriously. So stop doing it for every little tiny thing. That is not a normal response to an adversary spending 6 minutes in your airspace. Because I think that mainly because Russia declared us hostile nations
If
or
you're going to
whatever.
keep calling Article 4 over every single little, 6 minute violation of your territory or every little invasion, you're going to be called the boy who cried wolf.
Yeah, that's what he said. But I think that it's quite serious when a fighter jet spends that much time in your airspace, though. It's not like they were calling it for a drone that, was pushed out of because of GPS jamming. It was a willful disregard for Estonian sovereignty. of this fighter jet. They could have been, I don't know how further in the middle between, because this happened in the Bay of Finland, and I understand that the international airspace there is quite tiny, but you still have enough room. They chose to stay in Estonian airspace. This is like, and because we're not doing anything about it, they're like, hey, we can continue doing this. So, I thought that was a despicable thing of Mark Rutte to do. Um, I'm pretty sure that he would take it a lot more seriously if it was the Netherlands who had their airspace violated by Russia for 6 minutes. I think that they would have encircled the Netherlands because it's not very big. Anyways, but there's so many incidents like I can point to that nobody really talks about. Everybody just shrug their shoulders and go on about their day. It's quite disturbing. Anyways, thank you. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Annie. So let's see what else is interesting in the news today. I have this one is important. Today's signal, if you don't believe Zelensky, who clearly said that Russia's preparing for a whole bunch of new mobilization and asking for tens of thousands of additional North Koreans, 30,000 additional North Koreans. Putin said he wants, and talk is cheap. But when you see things, the mechanics of getting things in place, the border closures with the Baltic states, the discussions about border closures with the Commonwealth independent states that are to the south of them, the changes in the medical rules related to conscripts or mobilized soldiers so that they can be assumed to be healthy and essentially have to prove otherwise rather than assessing their health when you take them in. And now today's indication that their job ads are being placed all over Russia for recruitment officers of different types, specialist in registration, specialist of the mobilization department, chief specialist of mobilization training, leading specialist in the Department of Mobilization Training, all these different positions that are being advertised on Yandex out of St. Petersburg, then, well, it does look like Russia is doing all the mechanics it needs to be able to pull the trigger and do a major mobilization of, it is estimated, approximately 500,000 Russians, along with all the North Koreans they can get and all the foreigners they can get. I know there's probably about 20,000 Wildberries employees that are out of work, and those folks are normally migrant workers, and they're used as they normally do regular lock-ins on the Wildberries and the ozone facilities because they do have so many migrant workers there that Russia tries to then filter the people out of those places and get a cut, if you will, a percentage of the employees to sign contracts with the military. This is this sort of press ganging that they've done a lock in at Wildberries facilities. Well, they don't have to do that now because all they have to do is look at the unemployment notices, and there's 20,000 people on the streets now as a result of the Wildberries strikes. That unintended consequences will probably end up helping Russia meet its recruitment goals or try to meet its recruitment goals for July or August. But they're still behind. Russia is still not recruiting the same number of soldiers that are getting killed each month. And Magyar, the final numbers for July aren't out, but Magyar said himself that they were looking to surpass 10,000 was the target as the year started out, and they may pass 11,000 of Magyar's birds in killed Russian mobliks. So mobilization is probably coming for sure. And I think the numbers of people that are saying that the mobilization won't happen are actually dropping down significantly because there's just so many signals that it's coming. and that was part of the intelligence that Zelensky passed to the United States too about a mobilization coming. He also passed them some interesting information. You would have seen at the beginning of the weekend about the fact that Ukrainian intelligence has information that Russia and China are sharing weapons and targeting information for weapons with Iran. And CIA facilities in the Gulf have been attacked that probably shouldn't necessarily be common knowledge. Bases have been attacked very precisely. The quality of the attacks by Iran on targets in the Middle East is going up, and it was suggested that it was attributable to getting targeting information and damage assessment information from Russia and China. Ukraine confirmed that, also said that they were getting weapons, and to punctuate the fact that they're getting weapons from Russia, Ukraine attacked one warship and two cargo transships in the Caspian Sea, carrying weapons to, they said, carrying weapons to Iran, and Iran responded reflexively to that attack by threatening to use ICBMs, essentially, or long-range ballistic missiles on Ukraine, which confirms essentially, if we say they're carrying weapons, we're going to attack these two ships, and Ukraine and Iran responds with a threat. You can be relatively certain that the intelligence reported that those were weapons carrying ships going to Iran, that was correct because of Iran's reaction to it. So Ukraine telling America information about its war in the Middle East, and then essentially delivering a strike which confirms through Iran's reaction that they are. You would think that would be very useful and welcome information to the United States, but they've been very quiet about it. But that message in words and deeds was sent through the weekend. Ming?
Sorry, Will, you caught me on the wrong screen. Sorry, I was just looking at a little interesting little data point in this Sagrad article that I mentioned earlier, looking at inflation and price rises and whatnot in Russia, and how the whole country was being stifled by the ruthless 14% interest rates that were preventing growth, otherwise preventing growth in the country. But I don't know if you remember, Will, a couple of years ago, a lot of the Vatniks were going on about how Russia was, I think, the second or third largest economy globally by purchasing power parity. I forget where they actually ranked. I think, was it maybe third, something like that? And therefore, everybody else was economically pathetic compared to Russia. Well, here's a really telling data point from this particular article on that topic. So according to this, the gasoline prices rising by 10 to 15%, and food prices outpacing official inflation, the real purchasing power of every Russian household falls by 8 to 12% per annum, right? So literally they lose 6,000 to 8,000 rubles in monthly purchasing power. And they call all this being basically colonized by monopolies, so that everything else, the entire economy apparently is targeted on exports, and everybody else has to pay for that. And therefore the individual Russians with families are being brutally colonized by these export monopolies.
Yeah, brutally colonized. Yeah, I mean, they're really doing a lot to blame. Well, Russia just always has to blame the West for everything that's happened to them. This is the other characteristic that comes out, not just the stuff we were talking about before in relation to population and identifying peoples and all that. I heard a really interesting, an interesting statement, not really an argument, but a restatement of fact that was thought provoking on an article earlier today about the fact that it's interesting that only Russia uses the humiliation, the historical humiliation lie to justify their bad behavior in the world. Really, that they're somehow owed these things because they were humiliated, kept down, repressed by people ahead of time. They essentially claim they've always been at war with the NATO countries, the European countries, like I think we talked about last week, that they literally define the Second World War. I'm not kidding. The Russians defined the Second World War as the Soviet Union against all of these aligned powers, including the Nazis were aligned with the Allies to try to take down the Soviet Union, despite the fact that the United States provided. At least none of it ever makes sense. But the interesting aspect to this discussion that the guy posted was, let's talk about the countries that became countries again once the Soviet Union broke up. Russia became a country, Ukraine became a country, multiple other countries in the Warsaw Pact, disappeared even before then. And none of these countries that were either part of the Soviet Union or dominated by the Soviet Union have this humiliation myth in their past. And why does Russia hold and maintain this humiliation path? Because they define words a little bit different, right? And like colonization, they don't define it the way Nazi, they don't define Nazis as what you define them are at. And how they've been kept down and humiliated is all manufactured in the Russians' minds and I agree with the guy who wrote this article to assuage their sense of loss over dominion, right? They're losing power. They don't have power over any of the Warsaw Pact countries. They don't have power over multiple of the countries that broke up when the Soviet Union broke up. They certainly don't have power over their former colonies, colony-like things in Syria and Africa. So their real loss here is dominion, but they're defining that as humiliation by other parties that they somehow are owed something for historically, and it's bizarre. It kind of goes to one of my other things that I often tell. Most of Russia's motivations for its belligerence with the rest of the world comes from a place of real insecurity in the society and in the population and in the culture. This we've always been kept down. That somehow we're better than everybody else. This artificial sense they're better than everybody else, and they have a special place in the world, and they're the essential country and all that. Because in their heart of hearts, they really know they're not. They're just another country like everybody else, and they're all of this belligerence and their revisionist history is due to the fact that they don't want to face the humiliation of their loss of dominion.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And this is something that struck me all along. Since probably going back to. It goes back to, I think it was in the middle of the 90s, there was a race between the Brits and the Russians to seize some airport in the former Yugoslavia. And I think they got there pretty well at the same time. But the Russians, for them, it was like hugely significant because it was like, we're back in the game, we're big players now suddenly. And we're talking about some poxy little provincial airport in the middle of former Yugoslavia somewhere. Like completely irrelevant. But there's always been this tremendous sense of inferiority complex. And I think you're right, Will. I've always felt that it was like, it's because they know in their heart of hearts that they've always punched massively below their weight. I mean, yeah, any criteria you want to take. I mean, let's say even if you weed out the non-Russian winners in a Soviet context of Nobel prizes, right? Let's include all the Soviet countries for Nobel prizes. They are nowhere near a lot of other more developed countries in terms of Nobel prizes per capita.
Certainly not on population parity.
Yeah, exactly. It's just any criteria you want to look at, they end up sort of being way below where they should be. And going back to that other thing you were talking about earlier, this whole concept of who is to blame, right? So this has a very long tradition in Russian. Let's put it in Russian culture. So the first person to write about this was a novelist stroke philosopher of theirs called Alexander Gertzen. He wrote a novel called Kto Vinovat, who is to blame. So, and it was basically Russian social commentary, on the inequities of the Russian Tsarist system and all the rest of it. And of course, who did a repeat of this? Who wrote a work with the same title? Well, Lenin did too. Right. And just to add a little side note on it, this gets Kto Vinovat gets translated into English as who is to blame. But vinovat in Russian also means guilty in a legal sense. So it has a kind of dual meaning. You don't get found. Blame isn't something that's attached to you in a legal concept in court, but the word vinovat covers both you're responsible or you're guilty in a legal sense. There's and this Kto Vinovat, who is to blame, turns up again and again. There's a famous Soviet band who had a big hit in I think it was like 1980, 1979. Kto Vinovat, who is to blame? And of course, the answer always is anyone but them.
Yeah, anyone but them. But it's interesting in this psychology, and the other reason I think that it comes from this base of deep insecurity is that it does capture. It's throughout the entire culture that I've ever met. I mean, other than Peskov or one of these people that's in an official position standing up and talking about how great Russia is at things, right? They talk about the greatness of Greater Russia, but do you ever remember meeting anybody in your entire time in Russia who wanted to buy Russian products over other people's products? They always literally said, I don't care if it was food or clothing or electronics or whatever. Nope, Russian stuff is shit. Always buy the foreign stuff, even if you have to bite your tongue racially and buy that Chinese stuff. They'll even grudgingly acknowledge that stuff. It's weird, but it's as good as the Russian stuff. Yeah, I never met anybody who thought Russian products and things that they derived were better than anybody else's in the world. Yet, when they project themselves into the world, they're all power and all conquering.
Yeah, and so in my world, the equivalent here is of airlines ordering Russian-built aircraft, right? So, the Sukhoi Superjet, the two Western airlines who actually ordered these aircraft are now both liquidated. So one is Interjet in Mexico, and the other is an Irish airline. I forget its name, but it was a small regional airline here in Ireland, which has now gone out of business because they ordered Sukhoi Superjets. Although, in fairness to them, they never took delivery. The Mexicans did take delivery, and operationally, they were just a disaster. You see the same pattern repeated with the Russian airlines themselves. A Russian manufacturer will announce that they're busy building this new type of aircraft, and all the Russian airlines dutifully run along and place orders, or whether they're actual orders or just MOUs, who knows? But anyway, so notionally, Aeroflot has a large order book placed with Russian manufacturers who have several different Russian-built types of airlines. typically what happens is they take delivery for a few of them. They work out that they're rubbish and they cancel the rest of them. And that's literally happened any number of times. And they go back to using Airbus or Boeing equipment, right? I've literally seen that happen lots and lots of times. Now, of course, this has all turned up in the last week because Putin went on a visit to Irkutsk to see the Irkutsk aviation production plant. And lo and behold, we've got any number of Vatnik accounts trumpeting how the MC-21 is now in full production. And it's completely Russian built only, which of course of itself is a lie, right? Because there are still Western components in it. And of course, we also know that this thing isn't going to be delivering for years. And you know, even if they sort out every problem with it, they're not going to get the production rate up to anywhere near the levels of what Boeing and Airbus can deliver.
Well, they're way behind schedule, right? I mean, they're of planes that they're supposed to produce this year. They were supposed to produce 120 commercial aircraft this year, and they've got one, so that's 119 behind for this year, and they've got 1,050 to go. But they extended the date out 2035. But it's this reminds me of the 5-year plan targets. There's just no way they're going to meet any of this because, as you say, they probably won't even get people that are willing to take them if they could produce that many. The other thing that was phenomenally interesting and very, very peak absurdistan about that Irkutsk trip is, and from my personal observations, when I was living in Russia, was so the premier's going to, or the president's going to come someplace he's basically never ever been or almost never goes to. So they get busy fixing things and doing like this is a famous thing. They take extremely thin asphalt, bitumen, hot mix, and spray it on the roads where he's going to travel, so that the bitumen looks sealed and black. But basically, you can peel it off like an onion skin, which usually happens after his visit. But often, some with the water gets under it. Sometimes it starts peeling and flaking away, like the reflecting pool in the United States before the visit's over. But the other thing they did is they changed all the petrol stations on the route from where he was landing and going to the factory. They changed all the prices back to a year ago prices in fuel so that he didn't have to look at it. But the funniest thing is the guy in the factory looks like one of the fake Putins. So they went to the entire trouble of faking all this stuff up for the fake Putin. I reckon not even the real Putin.
I missed that bit. I saw the bit about the petrol prices, which was just like taking the whole Potemkin village thing to
totally. And I mean, they've always done this, because when I was living in Sakhalin, there's only one Brezhnevsky apartment building in the entire island of Sakhalin. And it's because Brezhnev was scheduled to come to Sakhalin in like 1980, and they recognized that there was none of his era of design of buildings in the so they repaved Mira Avenue totally, widened it and repaved it, and built one Brezhnevsky apartment building out toward the edge of town in Sakhalin, and then he canceled the trip.
Yeah, but then think about it, Will. What does faking the petrol pump prices for Putin's benefit, right? What does that actually achieve? I mean, nothing. But anyway, we've probably got
absolutely nothing. Yeah, I mean, you're lying to him somehow that helps him.
Yeah, it's just utter absurdity. It's just, I see. Maybe it's because they think he's going to ask who is to blame for these absurdly high petrol prices and call for heads to roll locally or something. Mockers, go ahead.
Or maybe he demanded that prices be lowered somehow across the board, and so they're acting as if they're following his instructions.
Mockers, go ahead.
Well, he did actually demand that prices be lowered. So, yeah, perhaps that is the case. I just wanted to bring to your attention the fact that Zelensky is now in the UK, and also that there's some news that apparently we are announcing today the sharing of intellectual property behind something which I've never heard of. It's called Stone Cloak Electronic Warfare System, which will enable Ukraine to produce this electronic warfare system themselves. This is something that the UK have done quite a lot of. It's basically said, "Oh, Ukraine, you need something. Here, have all the intellectual details, the property, and we'll do some deals with you on drones." You know, that seems to have been what we've been doing. The pew-pew lasers that Ukraine have been testing and look as though they're about to start deploying, that came from the I can't remember what it's called, but the UK system, which is a laser system. But anyway, these jammers, they're the size of a tablet computer and can be used to prevent Russian air defences from tracking and targeting drones when attached to Ukrainian drones. So this may actually mean that more Ukrainian drones get through to their targets in Russia, which sounds delightful, doesn't it? Tasty.
It does indeed, because they don't send the Starlink equipped ones way into Russia. They do send ones that are traditionally sort of guided, but can be affected by jamming. EW. That's good news, and they're sharing just the IP for that, not the equipment, so that Ukraine can build them themselves. Yeah, that's cool. A lot of news coming out, because following on from Laura Loomer getting an interview, Zelensky's now done an interview with a proper journalist on. I mean, it's on Sky News, but I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, say it's a proper journalist, noting that. He talked about the Ukrainian issue related to North Korea and Russia. Ukraine must do everything possible to opening up any new fronts, but Iran and North Korea are already fighting against us, supplying weapons to Russia and assisting it directly. So I'm glad he makes plain speaking about that, because there's no sense pussyfooting around. Iran can threaten all they want to launch ballistic missiles, which would have to fly over Turkey, I remind you, whereas Ukraine could launch Flamingo drones and easily reach any location in Tehran or Iran, and wouldn't have to fly over anybody's territory other than Russia. They just fly over Russia, hang a right at the Caspian Sea, and head down through that area. So, Iran probably wants to rethink how many new people they want to attack directly and face a response there, because the foreign minister there crying and whining and pissing and moaning about these two armed ships hit, and along with the threat that was made in response to those, just shows that they know that Ukraine knows that they've been supplying weapons, and we're going to strike those ships if we feel like it. He explained to this reporter who pressed him on it that the change, what he said, and I repeated from day one, which is personnel change to the Ministry of Defense was months of coordination between the general staff and the general staff. The problems they were having there went back months in coordination issues between them, and they must all work as a unified team. He told them he wanted to get rid of them both, and essentially has. So we'll see. We will see, because the protests on the street in Lviv and Kyiv and other locations has it's diminished, but it's back, and it's sizable. It's significant. You couldn't say it's diminished and it's going away. It looks like it's significant and is slated to continue until these demands put forward by the protesters are met. Particular of those is replacement of Fedorov back into the Ministry of Defense position. We'll see how that goes. He stated, of course, that Zelensky did that the main challenges right now are mobilization and strengthening air defense. Given the fact that Russia is highly likely to be mobilizing 500,000 soldiers, and I've been talking about this 4 days, literally the day after Fedorov was uh, uh, asked to resign and did. He then put out a statement on mobilization. I put out my way of working through that, and other people have commented since that time. I think Tripathi and Karma could get together. Kamara, not instant karma, I call him. Kamara, the acting MOD and Minister of Defense, and General Tripathi, they could go a long way to get started now on addressing the reforms that have been blockaded a bit through this inability for those people to communicate. Tripathi and Kamara are both reformers, and I think that they should try to get some of the things that were not being done effectively done, because as far as Ukraine can go to fixing its own conscription and volunteer problems and increase its numbers at the front is going to make everybody more survivable when facing a large onslaught by any greater number of troops that Russia can mobilize. So this does remain one of the key issues. I'm glad he stated as the primary of two key issues. And I hope they're working through this judiciously, because these manpower issues do take time to work their way. Even if you solved the problems today and got agreement on all the key issues related to the problem of mobilization, those things would have to roll through for a few months. And if they are able to crack a couple of those easy wins now, those can be cascading through right about the time Russia will be lifting its mobilization. It'd be good to see if Ukraine can head off some of those problems. As I've been very concerned about it. It's been one of the focus areas of mine since they passed the revision to the conscription laws in Ukraine, and I haven't seen many of the reforms that were proposed roll through the system. Now we know why, and I hope they get going on fixing those early, because if Russia's going to double the size of its force, that only increases the opportunity for the thinner lines on the Ukrainian side to run out of bullets, run out of drones, run out of whatever, and then face casualties themselves, which would be a horrible shame if they can't lift their game or lift their numbers before then, as well as the reforms of how they're allocating people as well. But I've got confidence they've got competent people in there. I'm just expressing my desire that I hope they get moving. And then the reporter asked him about the problems that Russia's facing, and he outlined the problems, obviously, that Putin faces a great many domestic problems now related to his own population, where they find gasoline, how they're going to live without logistics and diesel fuel, cost of living, the fact that they don't have internet everywhere. So far, the Russians seem to be getting used to it. This complaining, pissing, moaning, not loving life, but they seem to be so far getting used to it. So essentially, I think the pressure needs to keep being ramped up. We do need to see hyperinflation. We do need to see bank failures. We do need to see bankruptcies. We need to see Wildberries finished and ozone started. Refineries, keep them down, so these problems never go away with relation to all of fuel and everything, and money, because that discontent, even though Putin never faces polls that are serious, will embolden his enemies if he is seen to have lost the faith of the people in their polls or their elections. Turnout in that election will be a key thing to look at, and it'll be very key to see what the population's reaction to mobilization as and when it happens will be, because that could be the kind of thing that would break Russian society, a mobilization. The people I've talked to said, if anything, they don't think nothing's going to get the Russians out on the street in multiple cities at the same time, like you would see in Ukraine. But they said if anything was going to do that, it would be another mobilization. Ming?
Yeah, and I strongly suspect that this mobilization itself will be a complete fiasco in the way it's implemented. Because one of the things we talk about quite a lot is, well, look, why isn't Putin seeing the same things we're seeing in terms of how the war is progressing? And one of the things I believe fundamentally, Putin's always believed that he has a trump card up his sleeve, which is, basically the we're not even trying yet argument, which is basically, if I just do a mobilization, we'll be able to finish off Ukraine once and for all. But that in of itself will be a total disaster, because especially with Wildberries going out of the loop, how the hell are they even going to equip these 500,000 troops? It's the lies that we see from the fake reports of advances beyond Konstantinivka, for example, or the fake petrol prices in Irkutsk. All those lies are types of lies across the board are fed up to Putin. And Putin, therefore, has this incredibly rosy picture. I don't need to talk peace because I've got this trump card up my sleeve. I've got huge manpower compared to Ukraine. All I need to do is unleash it, and that will be that. But that of itself is just going to be an utter disaster, even before you look at the political implications that you mentioned there, Will.
Yeah, and like I said, that the Putin has always also banked on his overwhelming popularity with the population, and not that he necessarily believes the numbers, but he believes that his numbers are better than anybody else's numbers that might stand to challenge him or anything. And as his popularity drifts down significantly from its height, he suffers politically because of that. Like I say, not because he's ever going to face a poll, but because other pretenders to the throne might feel that they could garner a significant support in excess of what Putin does with their sort of framing of Russian greatness and their policy modifications they might want to do, regardless of whether or not they'd have the money and capability of implementing any of those. So the psychological attack of these wildberries and the psychological effects on keeping gasoline and diesel fuel shortages running through Russian society are very important to maintain, as well as finding others. And I suggest to you that I'm going to put together my list overnight, because I read it that Kiev is building a list of new targets, and Mockers jokingly said, I better get the red pen out and do some circles. And I will be doing that. But most of what I'll be circling in my target list is rather boring, because a lot of it has to do with stuff I've identified already that either needs a revisit or has not yet been targeted. Obviously, weapons wise, he states in his interview that air defense is such a big problem. Well, air defense is a big problem because Russia still has a capacity to produce 60 or 70 Iskanders every month, and about 30 Zircon or Kinzhal missiles. Well, we know where the component factories of those are. We know where the missile assembly plant is. We know that they've been hit before, and we know that those can be destroyed. We know the Yellow Buga drone factory, where all the components in that are. We know where those major suppliers to those missile factories and drone factories are inside Russia. and we absolutely know where Russia's getting the money to pay for those. Refineries are down, and they need to be kept down so they can't make any money off that route of selling any product. But I'm here to tell you, even though they've got Shekhtara shut down in Novorossiysk and Tuapse is probably down for the count, Ust-Luga, Primorsk, and Vysotsk oil export terminals all need some reattention, especially in the loading facilities. Not so much the tanks, the loading gantries and the pumping systems need to be wiped out on all those facilities, if possible, because I just don't have any faith that even though they put some new tools in it, that the 21st sanctions package is going to be implemented any better than the 20 before it. And so I think some direct sanctions of Ukraine are necessary on crude oil export capacity as well, because the price of crude is once again going up with the Trump fuckery inside the Strait of Hormuz. He's just not going to work that out, I don't think. Trump is in the administration is that's going to bubble along as a catastrophe all through the end of this year at least. And as that happens, the price of oil is going to steadily rise and steadily rise to heights we haven't seen before, because the Red Sea is now being blocked, and the overall cumulative effects of the previous closures of the Strait of Hormuz are going to bite. So we have to make sure that Russia can't, even though it can move volume now, it's not making a whole lot more money because of the discount for West Siberian and Ural crude. But I think they need to cut off volume there as well, because Russia will get significant revenue, even if not profit, from export of crude oil. So there's still some facilities that need to go. And I hope Ukraine revisits those primarily. And then my last, it depends, right? My targeting list would expand greatly if you can tell me as and when the FP9 and FP7 ballistics are going to be available, because then we would extend into a large swath of air bases that Russia's playing the shell game with in moving its jet fighters around that are lobbing glide bombs into the front lines and cities. And in my view, I don't share Zelensky's view that air defense is the biggest deal. I think killing the archers is the biggest deal. The air defense thing, you need to say we still need that stuff, because they're not going to produce Patriot missiles this year in Ukraine. They're not going to produce the alternative, the Freya, this year in Ukraine. The only way to get those is European and Japanese and Americans opening up the stores and giving them more Patriots. And that's their fault. If that doesn't happen, that is on us in the international community. Ukraine should be pressing on with making sure that it can take out every airbase and every substation within 500 kilometers of its border, because as Magyar gave hint that was going to happen later this year, Blackout Sunday is also coming for Russia, and that is on my list as well, but it's been on there for a long time. I want to see major substations that serve the nuclear power plants in Rostov and Novovoronezh and Smolensk all wiped out. Not the power plants, not creating a nuclear incident, but knocking out the substations that serve them greatly, with multiple strikes by ballistics on them. At the same time, a lot of the backup power substations along the Volga River are also hit, like they did last year, because we know they can do it. We just know they can do it so much more effectively with ballistic missiles versus drones, especially given Russia's attacks on Ukraine in that manner the entire time. I just know Ukraine can do it better with that tool. And if they knock out about 2 or 3 thermal power plants, like the one near Rostov, and they knock out the substations for the nuclear power plants there and Voronezh, and maybe another thermal power plant up near the in Belgorod, the big industrial area to the north there, up toward Voronezh, and the Smolensk power plant or the Kerch substation, they could cause some massive blackouts through multiple regions in southwest Russia, and the message that will be sent by Russians freezing in the dark in this winter, when they said all along that that's what was going to happen to Ukraine, is exactly the sort of thing that we need to see visited back on Russia this year, to convince them that they need to stop the war and get the hell out of Ukraine. That's where we got to get the Russians to land, that they make the connection between this war and how bad their life is, and that the answer is stop the war and get out of Ukraine for everyone. I hope we get there. But I'll list out my targeting preferences for mockers and others. I'll update my list of favorite places I'd like to see blow up in the next 3 months, since so we can compare it, I guess, with the scorecard that'll be put out by. Well, I guess we'll get to see their scorecard after the fact. I'll make mine up early, Ming. Last thing I wanted to go through today, in addition to whatever you want to cover, but the last thing I wanted to make sure people have a look at is Jem Bob's excellent assessment of how many and where the air defense systems that remain inside Russia are. I agree with him. I don't think they're down to 100 to 150 pantsirs. I think they probably are up about 300. And the reason I would like to go with the far more conservative estimate based on his analysis is it still doesn't cover, it doesn't even provide a postage stamp of coverage over the entire body that needs to be covered. That old Russian story about the guy that's got the little tiny blanket and he pulls it up over his chest, and when he's cold in winter and his feet get cold, so he pulls it down, he's continually. That's where Russia's at with regard to air defense, whether they have 300 or 150. And it's a very interesting article. You should look at yourself if you got a few minutes and you just want to see where air defense is in Russia, where it's located, and most importantly, where it's not, because you can see what we call Flamingo Alley pretty clearly if you look at the map of Russian air defense and see how easy it was for me to predict when I was sitting with Jonathan Pierce and easily predict the path of where they flew those flamingos to when they went out and hit the long range strike. When I last sat with him, it turned out to be 100% true, not because I'm brilliant, but because if you just look at the map, you can see what Russia can't cover, and you can see that they go find the river valleys and just fly up the river valleys until they get near to a target that they want to hit, or sometimes, like they did in that case, fly past it on the river valleys and then do a button hook back and attack it from the backside. And hopefully we see lots more of that, because Ming, I understand, if it's true, that they can produce 3 flamingos a day. I would really love to see a large barrage of flamingos of about half a month's production, 45, going out one night and really devastating some of these targets like Yellow or Votkinsk.
They're being oil refineries, right, Will?
No, those are the defense manufacturing plants.
Oh, okay, got it, right. But do we worry about the pants here anyway? Because as we all know, you call it pants.
Well, they are a bit pants, but we did see one over the weekend actually shoot something down, and I had like 4 or 5 Vatniks sent me the same picture, that Beefeater did. One shooting down a drone that was headed into a wildberries. Now it still exploded and landed on the roof and caused a fire, but the Vatniks were all excited about the fact. See that Pantsir shot that drone down. Well done. It's the only one I've ever seen.
It used its gun for that as opposed to its missiles.
Correct. Yeah, correct. A gun shoot down. Now, the gun is what they're supposed to be able to shoot drones down with. The missiles are supposed to be reserved for missiles itself or planes. But they really all were hyper up. They wanted to show me the first and only example I've ever seen of a pantsir shooting a drone down. But yeah, it did that. And then, the discussion about putting them up on the towers around. I'm sure they do shoot more down that we don't see, but boy, they sure look very ineffective when you consider the operator error that's obviously made with the pantsirs when they're shooting these just bullet hose streams across targets and into civilian areas. This be sure of your target and beyond firing discipline is just not practiced at all in the military of Russia. So normally we see them strafing, including one of the Wildberries factory was set partially on fire due to strafing in Tambov. And let alone when they let the missiles loose, because those missiles from the Pantsir seem to selectively pick out the most local 13-story buildings in preference of anything else. But they put them up on towers. They have a little bit better look down capability, and they are stacked up around places, including a few being installed around at or near refineries. So I guess we're really going to see we'll see how they do as they progress. Russia is continuing to try to solve its air defense problems, but its problems in air defense are vastly greater than Ukraine's because they have so much area. What was their big advantage? Their big area being available is no longer an advantage. That Ukraine can reach anywhere in Russia with a drone, even if we had to take a vessel off the Sea of Japan and fly one in from that side, it wouldn't be that hard. So, Ming, have you got anything else you want to cover today? I've got
just one thing which is breaking. Well, it's not breaking, but it's obviously the result of a long investigation. It literally just popped up down.
You've gone muted again.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, sorry, my little finger was across the mic. Just popped up breaking news, or at least the results of a breaking analysis from Dallas Analytics. I popped it in the back channel, but it's about the Russia's Sarmat missile, right? Their newest nuclear armed ICBM, which they declared as being on combat duty in 2023. According to internal documents obtained by Dallas Analytics, it tells a completely different story. It's apparently a total disaster. Anyway, worth having a look at that post in detail from Dallas Analytics probably tomorrow. But no,
nice, good. I'll get a hold of a gentleman from there who I can't say his name because I met up with him in Kyiv and see if they want to come on and have a chat with us about this or anything else that they're producing because they do nice work.
They do indeed. It'd be great if you could have them up. That would be fantastic. But no, I've exhausted everything I wanted to talk about today, Will. I don't know about you.
Yep. Yeah, I got through all the content I wanted to get through. So thanks everybody for joining us. The next session we'll have on is in about 14 hours. It'll be Robin and I for Accidental Ukrainian. But prior to that, actually, that's not the next thing. The next thing's coming up is at about 4 hours. Decoding Trolls, Wendy and James will be on. So that Decoding's regular program that I always have to catch up on Spotify, which you can do with all of our segments, of course. So Decoding and then Accidental Ukrainian with Robin. And then after that, of course, Mockers and FireFella on in the afternoon, Ming. And with that, I'll say Slava Ukraini.
Geroyam Slava.
Slava Nazi.
Smith Varugam.
And do Peremohi. See you around, everyone, and skoro pobачимось.
Join us and follow the radio. can stop.